I just need I need clarification from you regarding that question. Um, when you say, was Jesus the serpent, you're referring to the serpent in the Garden of Eden that interacted with Eve?
Yes, that's one of the archetypes, but Jesus take the form of many other serpents that appear. In other words, let me answer you more accurately because I already like your questions, by the way. I would like you to keep your mic unmuted because I think you're doing a good job contributing to the show. Um, I think that the serpent in the Garden of Eden is a resurrection archetype that predates Jesus, but it was reinterpreted by the papacy. And I think there are other serpent archetypes that represent what Jesus represent today, but they represented it back in the day. What you think about that?
Yeah, well, I've put in, some thought into that topic because I've heard people make a claim that's, I guess, similar to where you're going with this. I've heard people say that Jesus was the serpent in the garden, right? And me personally, based on how I read scripture and my understanding, that may not be the case in the sense that we know that there are many serpents because the Bible tells you that um, he was more subtle than the beasts of the field, right?
Can I ask
So
you one quick question?
yeah.
Do you have any other references to the serpent as an archetype for resurrection other than the Bible, or the serpent as a symbolic gesture or literal deity other than the Bible? Have you researched anything about serpent symbolism other than the
Yes,
Bible?
yes,
Can
yes.
you now? Does any of that alternative research that you've read outside of the Bible affect your literal interpretation? By the way, do you literally interpret the Bible?
No, I don't literally interpret it,
So, okay, I got you. I'm
but
sorry.
I do understand that, these different interpretations do intersect at some points, right? They do intersect. So depending on context, it may be literal, it may be metaphysical, it could be both. It all depends on context.
So, in the context of Jesus Christ dying on a cross, was it a literal dude that got up on a literal cross and died and came back to life and flew up into the sky?
So based on my understanding,
You're going to say yes and break my heart.
no, wait, hold on. So that narrative is a religious, right? A religious, and you can also say spiritual narrative. And I never say that religious narratives or spiritual narratives are literal. I don't say that. So, or historical. I'm sorry. Uh, religion is not history. So when you read the text and you read about Jesus dying on the cross, the reader should ask, is that a religious rendering text or is that a historical? I don't personally, I don't think it's historical. However, I do know that you can put someone on the cross and kill them.
But will they, after they die, will their body get back up, heart start beating again, and they talk to you and say, "Look at my wounds," and then fly up into the sky?
No. That's defying, at least for that period in time, that's defying the reality, the physical reality of that particular time. And but if we look at the technology where we're going today, we could see that we're moving towards a point where the technology is going to allow that miracle to become a reality. But back then, I would not say that the supernatural rendering of the narrative was a literal, should be a literal
Okay,
interpretation.
so it's safe to say you don't believe in miracles. You know that they are symbolic stories that we need to decode to batter ourselves and get the truth out of it. Like, you know that Jesus was speaking in parable, and that most of the Bible is not meant to be taken literally. It's meant to be, you know, decoded, if you will. So we both can agree with that, right?
Absolutely, 100%.
So I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think, man, you gonna pretty much have a lot of problems tonight, man.
Okay, so I'll sit back and I'll listen.
People like me, you know, who don't deal with the literal interpretation. A lot of times we see eye to eye, but at the same time, if we don't, because I don't really care, because my whole thing about us being liberated is understanding that the Bible ain't meant to be literally interpreted. And I don't care if a person misinterpreted or get the interpretation wrong, long as they are doing the due diligence to decode it in Indiana Jones and figure this thing out, because literally the Bible is a coded book full of messages on how, you know, the soul, technology on leaving the earth, different, you know, like the book of Enoch I bring up a lot, but yet Jesus' story is even talking about ascension. It was all about resurrection, which was ascension. But when we read about resurrection today, it's talking about when you die, you have an eternal life in this Yahweh's kingdom, this dude on a throne, you serving God on streets of gold. We heard that. That's not what the original concept of ascension or resurrection was. So the original concept of ascension, first of all, before we even talk about the realms above, let's talk about the act of ascending itself, because the act of ascending was never nothing that was just exclusive to when we die and breathe our last breath. There were gurus who were skilled at getting out of the body and having out of body experiences like what Enoch had and John of Patmos. And they talked about 7 heavens above us, parallel realities. And at some point, we had the knowledge and techniques to shift our consciousness into these realities at will. But when the papacy took over, we lost all of that. And I think we lost it with the literal interpretation of these scriptures and texts, because when you take all of the literal interpretations away, what we're talking about when they talk about Jesus rising or the serpent rising is Kundalini ascension, something we've all awakened to today. And that's no different than saying the ability to access my multidimensional realities, because we're multidimensional beings, but we've been trapped and confined to one reality. But we're living out lives in multiple heavens according to the ancients. So this is going to be a very deep deal, because what Jesus represent is the same thing that the serpent represent, and that is liberation of the soul. And liberation of the soul ain't nothing that just can happen when you die. Liberation of the soul is simply you regaining the ability to know wherever you are, whether you in a dream or wherever you are, that this is not real. It's like being lucid all the time, lucid dreaming. And because you're lucid dreaming, you can leave the dream. But guess what? When you're in a dream and you don't know it's a dream, you can't leave it. Every dream I've been in, and I'll be like, oh shit, this is a dream. Guess what? I was able to leave it at will. Other than that, when you don't know you dreaming, there's some event that just happened in the dream that just wakes you up at some point. And then you realize, oh, I was dreaming. But even when you're in a dream and you realize it's a dream, none of the laws of physics work. It's like you are the God. You can do whatever you want. So the laws that govern us right now, basically in our belief, and this is like our indoctrination, our coming up, when we start getting rid of all this stuff, we literally transcend Israel. And that is what the monks you see in the mountains and all them doing. People look at them guys, they say, man, it must be a boring life to just sit up all day and meditate for hours. It ain't boring at all, because they are like the people in the Matrix movie that are living on the other side. See, they ain't just sitting there sleep meditating all day. Them monks are traveling these other layers that Enoch and them was doing. And if you look at what the monks wear, they dress just like Enoch with the robes on. These are the real astronauts, y'all. And they're fighting the war on the other side. and they can come back and forth into this world. They don't even really interact with us. They're on a mission because they ain't really fully living in this realm. Those monks are spending so many hours on the other side, and to us, it just looked like a dude meditating all day. But really, that's them. That's like Neo and them in the Matrix. So all of these realities are connected together. Shout out to Miss Make Me a Drink. Thank you for the donation, and there was some others. Let's read those as well. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to That Away Man for being a member, and shout out to NQS 888. Let's start the show off right. You got it, bro. Shout out to everybody for the love and support. Is there any? Oh, my bad. I keep thinking that we're still in a mode where y'all can unmute. Well, if you're on a call right now and you want to unmute your mic, is open. I want to say salutes to Key Norfolk. Salutes, brother. How you doing?
Hey, salutes, my brother, bro Sanchez. Man, how you doing? Salute.
Man, I'm doing pretty good. Thanks. How about yourself?
Man, I hear you kicking this shit, man. You know, a lot of people don't realize that when we talk about Christ having a full head of light, but at first you gotta be able to push this light from your root chakra. This is and you know, I really look at a lot of things be misconceived when the teachings come through. You know what I'm saying? When we talking about chakra layers and having a full head of light and everything, and when people start talking about Christ, they start taking this thing physically. You know, surface level. So then they get to talking about, well, Christ got up and he did this and he did that or whatever. Like, you know, the whole concept of Christ being the archetype is, you know, what would Christ do? What would Jesus do? So that was the whole concept of this. It was never a concept of Christ being Christ. And so you think you're just supposed to go teach the gospel? You think you're just supposed to go tell what Christ would do, or are you supposed to teach people what Christ would do? You understand what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
get what
So
you're saying. Christ came
yeah,
to be an example. He didn't come to do away with the law. He came to fulfill it. And I want to give a shout out to Jay Scaramella too. He said, salutes to all my Gnostic mafia, flat power. Salutes back to you, Jay. And Key, I'm tracking there with you. You know what? It's crazy that it's hard to get these Christians to see that, but that's what come along with the literal interpretation. I'm gonna pull up some syncretism and stuff here in a minute, but the flow is still open for y'all. Let me let my dog in. Yeah, man, I agree with that.
yeah, yeah, most deaf, man. And then you know, when it comes to us having these um, you know, revelations of, you know, we're not supposed to be looking at this literal. People don't really look at that when it comes to Christianity. It is a floor of understanding, but it's like an upside down floor because people be looking at that as the ceiling, but that's the floor. You
Right.
understand what
It's
I'm
the
saying?
first level that we enter when we talk about any kind of concept of the spirit realm, and it's a very misleading one that's meant to keep us from looking any further into ourselves. I definitely agree. And let me give a shout out to Leonard Robinson, man. Leonard, I appreciate the love, man. Shout out to Alabama. He said, salutes, bro Sanchez. You are a real one, bro. Mobile, Alabama in the house. You already know, man. Shout out to Mobile. And shout out to the brother Rumham, man. Welcome back, Rumham. We building up a round table. I'm about to get ready to go in with a little syncretism or whatever. But how you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing good tonight. I took my nap earlier, so I won't be falling asleep. Traveling.
Yeah, we building a little round table here. We got Wordsmither, Key here, Rum.
I just want to throw out one
Yeah,
thing. The word serpent is the same letters as repent.
right. You're right. So I actually go into that, and I brought that up before, and it's also the word present. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about the word repent, though, it didn't have nothing to do to about get on your knees and beg somebody that you sorry. Repent really meant to turn away from whatever it was you was doing in your era. It's so simple because what the ancestors taught about salvation was to change your ways. Like literally, you can listen to the Michael Jackson "Man in the Mirror" song, and that was the original teaching of ascension. Like it ain't even that hard.
Yeah, right. And when you pray to God, he's gonna tell you no, do it yourself. You got to ask him a question. He's got to say yes, and that's basically impossible because the whole thing. He knows all, and everything was written.
And also want to make an announcement to Jeremiah Judah. I think that you wanted to join. The link is pinned whenever you ready, man. And I want to say I do have a debate coming up against Unc, and I want to share that link with y'all real quick. So yeah, I got a debate coming up, debating this Pan-African on the out of Africa theory, and that's gonna be on the 5th of March. We pushed it back. But Rum Ham, you can continue. I think you were landing or doing something there.
Yeah, and then like in the old times, like in towns of centers, they would have most of them would have a tree, and that's when you had disputes. You would go to the center town and you'd have your debates and all that, and then your documents would be nailed onto that tree, and then you debate about it, and then if it stays up there for like 90 days or whatever, then it gets annulled and it becomes law. And that goes with the whole crucifixion thing. It's not really Jesus on the cross. It was the Father divorcing from Israel. So he's not just going to throw her out on the street. He's going to follow the law, and he's going to have a divorce paper or stone. And there's going to be, you have your two witnesses, right? Your two eyes. So you got them signatures, then you got hers. And then, yeah, that's where.
I want to give a big shout out to Dolph Obama, man. I appreciate the love, man. The big 5-0, man. He said, "What's good, bro?" Sanchez to the chat on this Good Friday. Salute to y'all. Salutes to you, bro. Appreciate the love. I am dropping right now at this time the link to the debate. I'm sharing this with y'all. If you would like to join us on March the 7th, I said 8, my apologies. March the 7th, fam, at 4 p.m. Pacific time. I'm putting it on the screen right now. And if you're watching this now or on a replay, I'm giving you the Zoom link where you can get your ticket. Let me know that you got yours on an email or whatever. Reach out to me. Let me know, Sanchez, I got my ticket and I'm room for you. Rum Ham, I'm going to go in on my lecture here, but before I do it, I will offer the mic once again to Key Norfolk, Wordsmither, and you, and let you guys go ahead and say what it was. I don't know if you guys want to add something else. We haven't got no smoke yet, but I'm going to let my guests, I don't know if they had anything else to say, because once I grab the mic, I'm going to be on it for a little while, showing why Jesus is the serpent.
I just wanted to ask you, what do you think? Do you have anything in mind as far as, what you think the smoke would be as far as what you saying about Jesus being the serpent? I know when you say Christ being the serpent, I know it's gonna be crazy to people, but it's not crazy to me because I look at it as Christ being Christ consciousness, like I said. And if I look at consciousness rising, it's gonna be the rising with the as far as the Kundalini. That's why I connect Christ. So as far as, do you have any, you know, pre notions of there being any contentment to what you're saying as far as that being
So
Christ?
my projected outcome to any kind of these discussions whenever they go into a debate is that one person is going to have a literal interpretation and one person is going to have a Gnostic interpretation. And then what'll happen is the person with the literal interpretation will rely on belief, faith, emotions, and like these key words they've been taught to, these, you know, like sinner, or, well, you know, you don't believe in God, you know, the different stuff like that. Whereas, you know, the other person is giving you the history, the facts, the stones, the speak, like undeniable evidence and proof. It ain't no belief, it ain't no faith, it's just the opposite. And that ain't popular. And that's what I'm getting ready to do right now, because this is a good way to segue right into my little presentation. If you ain't got nothing else, Key, because I'm patient. If you got something else, then cool. Yeah, we can. Oh, I don't know if.
Okay, yeah, no, I want you to go into the presentation, but I'm gonna drop off and I'm gonna drop right back on so I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I was just allowing all the panelists an opportunity that I gave Key Norfolk, and salutes to you, Demi.
I just wanted to end.
You lose much love, Global.
Oh, you can go.
For sure.
I'm the one that got the smoke as usual, man. You know, I
wanted to go with the presentation before the smoke, because I think that the presentation may absolve some of the smoke, and I'll actually make the presentation like less than 5 minutes if you you know.
I mean, you can go ahead. It's just that my smoke is interpretation literal too. So you go ahead with the presentation.
Shout out to you, Jeremiah Judah. Welcome to the bill, man. How you doing?
All right, brother. Peace and blessings to Brother Sanchez TV.
Same to you, brother.
Yeah, I seen your call out. My first question is, where are you getting this information from to say Jesus is the serpent in the garden? Because
okay,
the Bible.
I got you. That's a fair question. That's a fair question. So when we say that Jesus is the serpent, what we're saying is that just like the serpent was lifted up by Moses, Jesus was lifted up. During the time of Moses, there was no Jesus, but people still understood resurrection. And that's what I'm about to explain now in like 2-3 minutes. So this collage here, right here, the word Nehushtan it just means, you know, serpent, bronze serpent, brazen serpent. But the shaitan is the part that scare people, because that's where we get into shaitan, or shaitan, the Satan. And the serpent was never a bad thing. The serpent was the original archetype to represent resurrection. The serpent was just a symbol of the Kundalini energy. Now, today we think that the Kundalini energy is like pseudoscience and stuff, but this is all documented with the Central Intelligence Agency and all of that. So when we talk about the Kundalini energy, right, we're talking about the fact that within every man is a spirit. The word spirit is also related to the word spiral. And that's why the serpent is wrapped around the tree, to show us the spiraling of the Kundalini energy, because it's like a vortex. It's like when water going down a sink drain, like a tornado, if you will. And just like a tornado, it's like we're in the middle of a tornado, and that is called the electromagnetic energy field. This is stuff you can research, like I said, CIA documents. Even if you got ChatGPT, ask it about the central nervous system, the electromagnetic energy field of the heart and the mind. Our heart and minds create an energy field around the body. That's a person's aura. what we call the crown chakra is where the spiraling of all of our spiritual energy or spiral energy reaches a climax. As it reaches that climax, it is expanding into this big mushroom cloud in the sky. So when you look at a person's electromagnetic energy field, you can see this huge expanse, this tornado vortex coming out of their being and immersing them in their own vibratory frequency. So we're all our own. Your body don't stop at your skin. Your physical being expands out to at least 6 feet around you. That's called personal space. So a person can't get directly up in your face, JJ, because that's breaking the law. You know why? Because part of your being is around you too. We all get to have it, and it's almost the as if they're spent making space for us to have our personal energy in space. I don't know if you ever got close to a person, dapped them up, and you can feel their energy. So yeah, this is real stuff, man. Everything is energy, and we are energetic beings, and our energy has a shape, a path, a form, and this is right here is giving us a good concept of that. So what we call the crown chakra is literally like a huge vortex that is pouring out of our body. The spirit is the spiral part of the tornado that I show. And this is called a torus that I'm showing. And it sounds like tornado, right? That's why Marcus Garvey said, look for me in the whirlwind when he died. Our energy is like a violent tornado, and it allows our consciousness to ascend to the heavens. So this tornado is like a spiral staircase, Fibonacci spiral that connects the sky to the ground. But I'm showing you a real tornado to show you what the crown chakra and the energy around the body is. It's just like a tornado, and it's like cyclonic energy. I'll show you another example of it, that the spirit is the spiral. So because the first thing I want to do is deal with the science. First thing I want to do is familiarize us with the science, you know, and this is why Jesus' symbol is a fish, by the way. And the thing about the fish symbol that Jesus got is representing what I just showed you about the human. Right here. Jesus said, I'm a fisherman of man. People was taking these stories literally, but when people was teaching about the knowledge of the energy field around the body, guess what it looks like? It looked like a man trapped in a fisherman's net. Jesus or God is a personification of energy. What energy? The energy within us, the chi force, which is represented by the serpent, the dragon. Where was the serpent? In the middle of the garden. Where is the fish? In the middle of the garden. Where is the central nervous system? In the middle of the garden. The spinal cord. So the word spinal has the root word span. You know why? Guess what's going on in the middle? A spinning vortex. And I just want to show it to you, because when you talk, visuals help. And this is my little presentation. It'll probably be a few more minutes here, and we'll open up the calls back again. I appreciate everybody joining here. This is what's going on at the center, a spiraling like a barber pole. Look at that. Looks like DNA. And this is what's going on right here. So the word sinner became the word sinner. They said we born into sin. We're born into the central nervous system. If you go and look up the etymology of sin and really get thorough with it, you will see that to transgress or to err was never in a spiritual form. It meant to break, to transgress the Roman authorities, because the Caesars and all them had the title of Lord too. When they went to revising the Bible, God started contradicting itself. But that wasn't till they tampered with it, because they started implementing their system into the Bible, which is literal human sacrifice. So people believe that Jesus was a literal person that died on a cross for their sins. That's because the barbarians believed in literal human sacrifice to get rid of their sin. Our ancestors said that your sin is your psychological behavior that you can't escape, whether it's alcoholism, sexualism, and they said that there were 7 deadly sins. And each of these 7 deadly sins were also related to one of the 7 chakras, because they had sinning down to a science. It wasn't just a belief system that reinforced the papal authority. It was a self-mastery system, I am self-law and master, that taught the person about the 7 driving forces that even make us want to lie, cheat, steal, kill, and these 7 frequencies that govern us all have a low quality and a high quality, right? These are synced to the 7 wandering stars above us, as above, so below. So this was the original spiritual system before Christ now, because what Christ represent is the literal interpretation of all this knowledge I'm giving you. So this is how much knowledge is lost behind us believing in fairy tales. That's like me telling you, hey man, bring me the cheese to the spot. If you don't know that I'm speaking in code as a black man and cheese mean money and the spot mean, you know, where we do business at, then you will be lost in the sauce. You will be looking for me to have some real cheese and you will never find it. You will never find that real cheese. And you will miss what I'm really hiding behind your literal interpretation. If I say, man, I F the ish out of her, you gonna be like, man, did you clean it up afterward? That must have smelled horrible, huh? You gonna be lost in the sauce, taking what I say literally. You see, and this is why the world is corrupted. This is how religion was created, by the literal interpretation of ancient symbols. The ancient people who created these symbols never interpreted them literally, so they never had to be believed. Belief systems come later. Knowledge systems existed first. And that is why Moses was a wise man. That means a knower or a Gnostic. That means a person that see beyond the veil, that knows that a damn snake wasn't talking on a real tree, man. So the concept of the snake being in between Adam and Eve was just another way to show balance, unity, liberation. The serpent in the middle of the garden represents the spinal cord, the central nervous system in the middle of the left and right brain. Your left and right brain are glued together because opposites attract, and that's the law of the universe. So because opposites attract, you got a good side and a bad side. But the people who didn't want us to raise our vibration above our lower self, they turned this into a literal story, and they turned the good and the bad side into a man and a woman being cursed by a real serpent. And now we believing in a fairy tale that was just written about 2,000 years ago, even though the symbol that they talking about in this very young story is older than this story by eons. And people was never telling a story with this symbol. That's the gospel. That's gossip. Telling stories is lying. Okay, so when you want to see beyond the lie, the B-E-L-I-E, the belief system that the papacy created by literally interpreting the ancestral systems, then you know that Jesus rising up represent the spirit within man rising up upon death and living on. Because we been knew the knowledge of resurrection before the papacy made us slaves, bro. To say we didn't is blasphemous. To say that it took for us to be slaves to learn that we were immortals is crazy, because the people that made us slaves didn't even have God consciousness. They didn't even have consciousness of self. They was barbarians. And guess what the barbarians believe? That you can cover yourself in the blood of a tortured animal or human to get rid of your own wrongdoing. That sound familiar? Guess what our ancestors taught? You reap what you sow. The Bible ain't contradicting itself. It's that somebody came later in the New Testament and did away with the law. And they lead everybody to hell, because you can't do away with the law of karma. That's a universal law. When the Bible talk about doing away with the law, it don't say nothing about doing away with the laws, plural. All of them 10 commandments, that's fairy tales. There was one law, and that was the law of karma. Treat everybody like you want to be treated. If everybody follow that one law, guess what? The world will be heaven on earth. That's it. That's the only law you need. It covers everything. See what I'm saying? That's the law that was removed, the law of karma. But you can't just delete a universal law just because some barbarians wrote it. And people gonna pay for their own wrongdoings. They just don't know it. The barbarians were able to go around the world and torture people and kill them in the name of their God. You know why? Because their God was a literal blood sacrifice on an altar that they believed washed away their filthy sins of throwing babies to alligators and raping women all over the place. Our people didn't teach that. When the barbarians came to our land, we was teaching, hey man, you reap what you sow. What goes around comes around. You better treat people right because you gonna pay for that. And when you teaching people that, they gonna be on their best behavior versus Jesus will forgive you from the east to west, baby, no matter what you did. It don't matter. I don't care. Oh, you a PDF file? It don't matter. God gonna wash it away, boo-boo. That's why the world's so bad now. If I told everybody right now, you can go out there and commit any crime you want to commit, I'll do your jail time for you. Niggas will be robbing banks and breaking in y'all houses right now. Because they'll be like, hey, Sanchez paying the price for me. He gonna pay the price for this transgression for me. All right, Sanchez serving 10,000 years. And every nigga just saying, you know what, fuck that. I'm finna go bust that nigga head tomorrow. I ain't gonna do no time. I'll just put it on Sanchez tab. That's how the world thinking about their morality as something I can just wash away in blood. It don't work like that. It don't work. That's gonna stay there till you fix it. They are lying to us, and that's how people gonna be led astray. The Bible speak about that great serpent that deceived the whole world. Which one is that? That's the literal interpretation. People believing in this devil that the papacy created. And they telling them to follow the literal interpretation of Christ to save them from that devil. When guess what? Can't no blood sacrifice save you. That's barbaric. Only thing can save you is you working on yourself and being a better person. And it don't matter how much you beg, anything you done wrong, you're gonna pay for it. You're gonna pay for it, and ain't nobody gonna pay for it for you. That's the trick of the devils. But let me get ready to wrap my little intro lecture up here with some more symbolism. We're grown-ups, y'all, and we once believed in Santa, the god of the North Pole, but Santa is Satan. Ho, 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 it's ha, ha, ha. They turned it, he was laughing like that. This the trickster god, the two-faced god they called a Joker and Janus. And it was never nothing literal to be scared of. It represented man's ego. It represented duality, the fact that you got right and wrong inside of you, and you must let your light actions outweigh your heavy actions and not tilt the scale so you can be light and ascend. This was the original teaching of resurrection before Jesus, because that serpent that you see on that tree right there, guess what? That became Moses' staff. Why you think Moses got a serpent wrapped around a stick? And so I want y'all to pay attention so that when you get on the mic, you know exactly what I'm saying, so you'll be able to respond. What Moses is showing us here is the serpent wisdom that the serpent in the garden was trying to teach Adam and Eve. The serpent in the garden that said he said he was trying to make man like God was a good creature. Because if God is good, shouldn't we all strive to be like God and be good? See, the papacy came along and told you trying to be like God is blasphemous. But if you think about that, that's stupid as hell. God is a perfect example to emulate. How the church gonna tell me to strive to be like Mike, but don't be like the God I'm kneeling to that's so great and almighty? Some ain't right about that. Jesus didn't come to do away with the law. Jesus came to show an example of how to behave on earth because people were saying the law was too hard to follow. It's too hard to not steal somebody's shit. It's too hard to not sleep with that man's wife. That's the barbarians who thought that the law was too hard. When they came to our people land, we didn't think that the law was too hard. We had no problem treating each other right and not stealing each other's shit. But the people that was trying to circumvent the law were the heathens. They had to, because how else you gonna justify enslaving people with a law that's condemning your actions? So they had to give us a blood sacrifice and say, but you can do wrong. Jesus will wash it away. And that gave them the ability to keep going around the world on conquest and justifying it. Shout out to Young Jay. Keep cooking with the lecture. Y'all got it, man. We 2 of 10 on our goal, but it's really more than that. But I appreciate y'all so much. Santa is center and Santa is Satan. Right? So this God at the middle of the earth, that's not that ain't in Africa. Some folks say, well, Eden is here, Eden is there. Eden is within you, man. The serpent at the middle of the earth, the middle of the universe, is inside the consciousness of man. Go look up them CIA documents. We're in a simulation and we're dreaming this whole shit. That's why Jesus said the kingdom of heaven was within. Jesus was not a literal person. Jesus is a pseudonym that they use to pass on years of Gnostic teachings about our Kundalini. But when the papacy took over these teachings and libraries, they hid it behind literal interpretations. That's so simple. Drop a 1 if y'all see what I'm saying. Like, I'm making it very clear. What we call religion is people believing in fairy tales that was never meant to be taken serious. And that's new. Before that, people weren't believers. They knew what happened when you die. They didn't believe that I'm going to go to hell if I don't obey earthly authority and turn the other cheek and be a little good old boy to my oppressor. But my oppressor can beat the shit out of me and he don't worry about going to hell. Ain't that something? The people got me scared of going to hell and making me be good, hung me on trees. And they had the same book. So they know it's bullshit and it ain't meant to be literally interpreted. They told the slaves to literally interpret it. Why you think that the only book we can read was the Bible when we wrote the Bible? Why the hell would you give me a book I wrote to read again? I wrote it. You know what they gave you? They gave the new slaves after the reset, after they wiped out all our Gnostics, all of our knowledgeable forefathers and OGs and oracles, and burnt up the libraries. Guess what they did? They gave the new slaves, the children, that next generation, they gave them the same Bible. They slightly revised it, and they said, we're going to make these Negroes believe it literally, and they're going to spend the rest of their life believing in fairy tales. And they trained you with Santa Claus. And they said, we ain't going to start them off just with the Bible alone. Just like a bike, we going to give them training wheels into this belief shit too. And the training wheels going to be Santa Claus. If the kid can grasp the idea of belief with Santa Claus, then yes, once we tell them Santa Claus is a lie, they'll have already concept of believing in something they can't prove. And Jesus is Satan, or Santa, the serpent. So he's the next North Pole God. And Mount Calvary is the crown. So why was Jesus mounted up on the cross? I'm going to show you artwork right now about Mount Calvary and the serpent way before Jesus. And when I do that, you can't even argue with it, man. You can't argue with this. How you going to argue with? It's like trying to argue with me when I created the symbol. I'm telling you that what I created was never meant to be taken literally, but you gonna stand there and argue with me about my damn symbol. Satan is a real dragon. Satan is a real monster that says, ha, 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 Sanchez. And he under the ground burning right now. And he whispering in people's ear at the same time, making them do stupid shit. That's y'all are like grown kids. The papacy got y'all growth stunted with childish stories. The serpent was never meant to be taken literally. The people who even created the concept of the serpent rising said it wasn't literal. They said that the serpent is a symbol of the Kundalini, or the spirit within man living on after he died, because they know that the spirit is a sine wave of energy. So guess how they personified the sine wave? A snake on a stick. Because if you ever looked at a sine wave, what does it look like? Should I pull up the symbol for y'all? Should I remind y'all what a sine wave look like? Let's do it. We got time. We open up the round table here in a minute. This is what Moses lifted up. This is science, bro. So when they said that the serpent represents sin, why did they take the E off the word? I can go to the etymology. The word sin had different versions of it, and we're gonna go through those in a minute. I don't want to be too all over the place, but sinning, SYNN, all of these takes the meaning changes when we go back to the roots of the word. And then the first form of sin as doing wrong, that was meaning that breaking the Caesar's law. It had nothing to do with some God in the sky and a sin code. But the concept of sin was talking about man being born into an energy field. Your soul is a sine wave. It's an invisible signal. It's going to continue on when you die and go inside of another body and have an experience in that. But you're not the body. You're this invisible signal inside the body, and they show you this in the hospital. Let me show you this. In the hospital with somebody alive, guess what you see? The serpent. Hey, and what is this thing called, y'all? The little thing in the hospital is green because they know that it's the serpent, so they make it green. What's this thing called? And they showing you these are sine waves. So when you in the hospital and they show you this little sine wave to represent someone being alive, that's the same thing. Frequency, energy in the body. This represents the serpent, the chief force within you. Guess what? No two peoples look the same. This is your own waveform, frequency, vibration chart. Let me show you what I mean. Let me give a shout out to Esoteric. I appreciate you, Esoteric. Look, here is a song. If you put 100 songs next to each other, they ain't gonna look the same because they got different parts hidden at different tempos, you just ain't gonna look the same, right? And this is every human's frequency. You are emitting a sine wave of energy. They call it your DNA. What does this look like? DNA. This pattern that you're gonna put on in the hospital when you hooked up, hopefully you live a long life before you get to that point. But one day, when you're hooked up to a machine and they monitoring your sine wave, guess what you need to know? This little pattern that you see, yours don't look like no one else's on earth. Yours don't look like no one else's on earth. And when you flatline, that's saying that your unique frequency just left the simulation. And guess what? They would give this serpent right here wings. And that's how it became a dragon. Sanchez ain't making that up. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. I ain't going to never say nothing to not show you. I'm going to show you the winged serpent that they call Satan, that dragon. Because what is a dragon? It's a winged serpent. And the first winged serpent, guess what? It was never meant to be taken literally as a monster that represented evil. It was meant to talk about the force within man that needed to be tamed in order for that force to leave. That's like saying you got to fine tune your own song. because this is your unique energy right here, your sign, your sin, but it's not born playing right. It's like a new guitar player. He gonna pluck a couple of strings, but he ain't gonna get the song right at first, right? He gonna keep plucking strings throughout the years, and next thing you know, he playing that song perfect. So the perfect you has to be tuned. It's got to go through a refining process. Our ancestors never said, oh, you did wrong, you better beg to God or you gonna go to hell. Our ancestors said, you're gonna do wrong. You're gonna do wrong. Everybody gonna make mistakes. And the question is, did you learn from them and better yourself? You know what I'm saying? So that's all that meant. And learning from them and bettering yourself was meant tuning your song, tuning your frequency, right? And when you get your frequency fine-tuned, it can transcend the physical realm, which is what resurrection is, which is what Kundalini rising is. Before people talked about Jesus being lifted up, people talked about the serpent being lifted up. They said that the serpent need to be raised, and they turned that into Christ needed to be praised or uplifted. Why do God need me to lift him up if he in heaven? If we want to take this shit literally, right? Christians say God in heaven. But Sanchez, we mean to praise him and uplift him, mean to raise our hands toward the sky, close our eyes and say, you so awesome. Ooh, I love you, God. Ooh, you that nigga. Let me boost your ego, God. Ooh, wee, God, you smell so good. I love you. Hallelujah, God. Now you need a God that needs you to boast his ego and keep him uplifted, because without your praises, he may fall the fuck down. It's an act of vanity, and it never meant that. So when the people took away the true meaning of raising your frequency into praising your God, they had a lot of knowledge behind niggas reaching up toward the sky with their mouths open, yelling to a God that they said know everything. Why you talking? Don't God know everything, silly? Why you wasting your voice? People be hoarse as hell. So the word praise got the word raise in it. Take the P off. God never needed to be uplifted, but consciousness did. You can look around the world right now and see how the earth vibrating on this low level that the planet need to raise their consciousness. We ain't got no problem praising our gods. Praising our gods ain't made a better earth, but raising our vibe, raising our energy will. See, this is what the serpent was teaching. The serpent wasn't a literal person, a literal thing. It was a symbol to represent you raising up the lowest part of yourself. That's why the serpent rises up from the sea. That's why the serpent, Satan, rises up from the sea in Revelation. It's the same thing about Jesus being uplifted or resurrected or ascending. That's why the serpent and Jesus is uplifted. Shout out to Funny Mama Cedar. Thank you so much for being a member and for your support. We are still working toward our goal. If you guys want to support the show, that would really be awesome. Appreciate you though. I'm not forcing you. We're gonna keep this going. So why was Jesus mounted up on top of Mount Calvary? Before Jesus, the serpent was on top of the sacred mountain. See, you can't come and argue with me, because guess what? If you showing up with the youngest interpretation of this symbol, which is the literal interpretation, you ain't gonna do nothing but get in your emotions and quote a bunch of Bible scriptures. But trying to investigate or decode the Bible with the Bible is silly. That's what people do who don't want to see the truth. That's like asking your son who's been accused of murder, did you murder that man, son? But you don't want to talk to no witnesses outside of your son as a reference. That's bias. You can't investigate this situation with the accused thing. And what is the thing on trial? The literal interpretation of the Bible. You can't disprove me by literally interpreting the Bible. That's like me telling you that the Goldilocks and the Three Bears story is meant to teach a story about keeping your hands off other folks' property. And you say, but Sanchez, Goldilocks was real. And don't you know that when she entered the house and you literally believing in Goldilocks? So people missing the story from the literal interpretation, missing the knowledge from the literal interpretation. And the literal interpretation becomes a story, a mythology that people now believe in and need faith, because faith is belief in something you can't verify. You can't verify stories that people hold dear to. That's called folklore. Okay? And the Bible said, prove all things. And you can't do that with faith and belief. So again, the Bible contradicting itself, or is it? No, it's been tampered with. And if Christians don't want to accept the fact that the Bible been tampered with, even though it's telling you King James and you know the history of this book being whitewashed, and you still accept it and go along with it, ain't no hope for you. That same book condemns your behavior. It said that everybody following the synagogue of Satan gonna be led astray, and most of the church gonna follow the beast of hell. So if you are literally interpreting the Bible, you are a believer, which is a church member, which is a state member. You are part of the church, the people that crucified Jesus. Jesus was never teaching a literal interpretation. Jesus was telling man that the kingdom of heaven is within, and the church got y'all looking up at the sky with your goddamn hands up like a fool, versus looking in the damn mirror. Now, if the kingdom of heaven is within me, why the hell am I looking up talking to God versus looking within like what Buddha doing on that tree? Because before we was praying, we was meditating. We was going within saying, why am I such a piece of shit? Before we was saying, Lord, forgive me for smacking my mama. Yeah, niggas was saying, man, why am I such a piece of shit and my anger is so horrible? Why the hell can't I quit lying? That's what meditation was. Prayer is, God, forgive me for that lie that I told yesterday. And you just, keep emptying your damn trash basket. Forgive me again, God. That ain't really working on yourself. That's using your get out of jail free card. Because who paid the price for you? Now, why the hell would you work on yourself when it costs to work on yourself? You got to pay a price to work on yourself. What's that price? Hard work and going within, man. Killing your ego and admitting who and what you are and what need to be worked on. All of that get missed by saying, forgive me for doing this. And you literally program your mind to think that some up there said you touching that little child inappropriately, it's forgiven. Shit me. You gonna pay for that, buddy. If you think that went away because you got on your knees and a nigga bled on a cross, you're a barbarian, man. You's a goddamn psycho. That's right. And that's how people was able to grape our forefathers with no damn guilt. Because they can just kill something and wash that shit away and sleep good at night after they just castrated some niggas. Yeah, that's barbaric. You ask a Christian, do you believe in human sacrifice? Nope. Did Jesus die for your sin? Yep. Let's not be
stupid.
Let's not be
stupid.
So this is what they turned into the devil. But before it was the devil, it was just a symbol that represented the soul of man rising up when he died. People been asking, what happens when we die? And the papacy came along and said, well, you gonna burn forever if you don't do what the fuck our God say. And that created religion, because God didn't say nothing. God is not some spook entity in the clouds telling us a goddamn thing. And if God is talking, why he keep talking to the most evil motherfuckers? He keep telling them what to tell everybody. God going to the Pope and to King James and to goddamn barbarians and buccaneers, getting them to relay the message, overlooking all the good people. Time to wake up, man. This shit is sad, bro. So no one was talking about what God said do. People were saying what your guilt telling you to do, because when you do something wrong, you can feel it in your heart that you messed up. That's God. That's why Jesus said a kingdom of heaven is within. And if God resides in heaven, where the hell is God? Yeah, you believers gonna keep looking up at them clouds too. Because that's where you think God at, because the church made you forget God was in you. So the thing about it is the force within us is immortal. And once we know God is in us, and God is just infinite energy, God is our infinite energy, y'all, inside of us. And guess what? Once you know that your soul is already immortal, you don't got to do what nobody say to give you immortality. Because guess what? I'm finna give you some science right now, not no faith and belief. And here go the science. Guess what the science is? Your soul is infinite energy, and it can't be created and it can't be destroyed. But the papacy told you that your soul can be destroyed. They created a world of confinement. The only time we can kill is when we join their militaries. The only time we can steal is when we go out there in the name of they false gods to take other people's lands in the name of the military that's led by this belief system. That's Zionism. You ain't following God. You following the state Zionist agenda in the name of a false ass God that people taking literally. Because that false God is the one that promised these Zionists all of our ancestral land. And we know God ain't up there telling evil people to come take my shit from me. So that's the flaw in the literal interpretation of this shit. Once we know it ain't meant to be interpreted literally, the first thing we gonna say is the papacy is a big ass lie, because they created a belief system based upon he say, she say, and the literal interpretation, and got the whole world led astray. God ain't tell them nothing. They want the world to do this and to behave a certain way. And they know that they can't do it telling the world directly. They got to say, well, God said it. I didn't say that. God ain't speaking to nobody. If God gonna punish me for doing wrong, why God ain't never punished the people in power yet? They've been doing wrong for over 500 years, my niggas. That's right. They time coming, Sanchez, and we just waiting. Yeah, you falling for the trick. You falling for the trick. Furthermore, the Bible talk about the good people going to war with the devils in the end of time. What's stopping us from fighting these folks? The literal interpretation that's telling us that some gonna come back and help and save us and pop the war off. We waiting on God to crack the sky open with an army of angels and say, oh, now let's go fight. When our children is the army of angels that the Lord has sent through us. Right now, are we creating soldiers or believers? Okay, then. The answer to that is why we ain't participating on this battlefield and why we getting slaughtered spiritually, right? Because we don't resemble what we used to be. You're a product of Rome. You are a product of Rome with your literal interpretations. You're a predictable puppet. They know you ain't gonna do nothing but shout bullshit like halabalakabaka and different little terms that mean nothing. Vain words that have never served you. Yahweh, shower, Yahweh, Yah. And everybody got their little rituals and chants while being at the bottom of everything, waiting on some dude to crack the sky open who's taking his precious motherfucking time. Now, why is he taking his time? Because according to them, this the same God that prophesied the evil people to rule the world in the end of days. So if that's prophecy, why are we waiting on him to come save the world? Or make something better for your next generation of children? We ain't, Sanchez, because when God come back, the world gonna end and we gonna all be in heaven. Just the praising and the tooting and the looting and the walking around them streets of gold, drinking out of those holy rivers, Sanchez. And we gonna be on our knees singing Christmas carols and just letting that white man know, you know, stay on that throne. You never have to move. You look a little bit like Professor X, right? But, you know, stay in your little wheelchair. I make your throne God because I know you all powerful, but for some reason you just sit down all day in your lazy boy. I meant throne God. I don't know why God with all that energy can't stand up, but why you sitting, God? Are you tired, sir? Why you got chairs in heaven anyway, sir? Who made that throne? Did lazy boy make it? I'm sorry, God. Do the angels get benches and bunk beds? There's furniture in heaven. And it's all made of gold. Don't seem quite comfy, but it looks damn good. Yeah, so we weren't born into sin. Sin is sine wave. Sine wave, right? You're a wave of energy. And until you learn how to surf, you're going to drown. And can't nobody save you from your own frequency and vibration. The kingdom of heaven is within you. You haven't activated because you waiting for somebody to take you to a place above the clouds. And we're gonna wait forever for that, because that ain't where heaven at. Jesus told us where it's at, and Buddha showing us where it's at. Guess who else showing us where it's at? The serpent. The serpent that's mounted on the crown. You see this serpent on the Mayan pyramid mounted up? That became Jesus on Calvary. But the serpent mounted up is the consciousness leaving the dome out the third eye, liberating itself. Which is why when the light leaves the third eye, it looked like the Statue of Liberty. Look at this brother. He's blue, right? What color is this brother? Because the color of light within us is like a camera flash. It's this white bluish little tint like Polaris. Beautiful, like a camera flash, because life is what? Photosynthesis. And you think it got something to do with plants and sunlight versus the light of creation. The light of creation is within us. Sanchez, we ain't the light of creation. Didn't the Bible say we are the light of the world? Drop a one. These damn literal believers are so paperly programmed. Ye are the light of the world. Why you think they call you the Israelites? Because there's some people out there, inside of them it's the damn false light. That's darkness. The damn light is dumb. Damn is dumb. The people with the bright light inside of us, that's the light of the real true God, or what they call the light of creation. That's the same light that created the entire universe in the beginning. You are not your body. You've been around since the beginning. And we ain't no damn angels. We are gods. Ye are gods. The Bible said we are above the angels. I'm using your own book against you who want to deny this. We're equal to God. Yeah, I know that sounds blasphemous because you're paperly programmed. That's why Jesus said, I'm splitting when Jesus was making a symbolism, was saying, when he was splitting up the bread and all that, he was saying, all of my disciples who follow my teachings, you can equally partake in the same gifts that I got. You can see the future. You can resurrect. You can be immortal. Jesus didn't say, after you follow me, I'm going to be able to do something you can't do. Jesus said, if you follow me, all the powers you see me with, you going to have them. And God ain't going to shortchange you. God gonna make you in the image of God. Meaning if God can do something, you can do it. If God got this, God ain't no damn middleman, stingy God. If there's something a quality that God possessed that's good, why wouldn't God allow you to access that good quality while telling you to be a good person? It don't make no damn sense. The original system made us emulate these gods, not believe in them. We became Christ. We didn't believe in no damn Christ. When people came to our land, they saw people behaving like Christ, treating each other right with the energy that Christ had, compassionate, giving to each other freely. They was the ones who wasn't doing it. Nobody believe in no Christ. Nigga, we did what Christ did. We were the Christ. People believe in Christ now because we've dropped to a low state. Can't nobody do the right thing. Ain't nobody got self-discipline. That's why we building more prisons than churches. The churches is the reason the prisons filling up, because it gives us an excuse not to do inner self-mastery and work. It gives us these damn mythological characters above us that we spend all of our time talking to while never taking no damn self-accountability for our damn actions, blaming everything else around us and asking a damn literal God to wash our wrongdoings away with blood that was shedded. So that's why the world's so fucked up, even though we got all these churches. And ain't no way around that. Religion ain't made the world better. Don't you know when people go to war, they pray to their God first? Don't you know right before they drop a bomb on a village, they call it the name of Allah? Don't you know right before we shoot some shit up, we pray to Jesus? You telling me that religion is making the world a better place? If you want to see man do some evil shit, look at the acts that's carried out in the name of God. Show me an act carried out in this world in the name of a religious God that's good. Religion is the #1 cause of war. We about to go to World War III now because of religious beliefs. So the people that's believing is fueling all the evil on earth, and they don't see it. Through your literal interpretation and your belief in the papal system, you're consenting to all of the evil on earth out of ignorance. That's why the Bible told you, prove all things, be ye not deceived. How do you be not deceived? By proving all things. So when most of the world follow the papacy to hell, ain't gonna be no begging your way out of it. I'm sorry. Oh, he tricked me. No, the Bible covered itself. It told you to prove everything. It didn't tell you to believe nothing, have faith. That's what the enemy told you when he revised it. So the Bible ain't contradicting itself when it say prove all things and then one part say just believe or have faith. It's two people talking in the book. And if you don't want to do the due diligence to know who talking and when, fine. Do the lazy paper route and be led astray. People don't care enough to be thorough, to look up etymology, to see when the Bible talking about the true God in heaven and the earthly authorities, because Lord ain't a monolith in the book. It's a difference between God, Lord, and the Lord thy God. These are different deities. Literal interpreters of the Bible won't freaking know that. They used to print the words of God in red just to show you when the God in heaven was talking versus when the Caesar was talking. It's hard to find a Bible today with red print. But that show you that the title of Lord isn't a monolith to the dude in heaven. But you can't talk like this to literal Bible believers. And far as I'm concerned, it's like kindergartens that come into a trigonometry class trying to debate us high-tech students. And there is no debate. And I'll show y'all that today. And I ain't directing this toward nobody. I'm just saying when y'all come in here, humble yourself. Because I'm not talking out the side of my neck making up shit, bro. I am who I am because I do diligent research, my nigga. I know what the hell I'm talking about. I know why Moses lifted up the serpent staff, and it wasn't literal. It was talking about the power over your own low vibratory energy. When you see them slaying the serpent, that's saying I've defeated, I've killed my ego, my lower self, the part of me that's gonna tell Sanchez he wrong and go back with the fairy tale literal interpretation. You've killed that part of yourself. If you don't kill that, guess what? You'll never see what I see. And because you don't see it, you'll just believe. Belief is for people who feeling their way around the dark. They say, I believe something's here. I believe, I got faith that I'm not going to take a next step off of a cliff. You know why you need belief and faith? Because you walking around blindfolded. This is you right here. I believe that the next step I take is not going to be a 10-foot drop into a damn hole. But the people who got their eyes open, they ain't operating on no belief and faith system. They can see clearly what's around them. And when they try to warn others, guess what? It's to no avail because their eyes ain't open. And they saying, I don't give a damn about what you saying, Sanchez. I got my eyes closed and I got faith that when I step right here, my God gonna guide me. Now, guess where that got us at? At the bottom of society. Look at the state of our people today walking around blindfolded. If you think keeping that blindfolded on and thinking that some spook entity gonna direct your steps is gonna lead you to the promised land, look at where it led you right now. So that's where the literal interpretation has gotten us. Further and further away from the truth and who we are. So at this time, guess what I'm going to do? And I'll skip back and forth with the teachings into the syncretism. We still ain't even got into the etymology yet. But guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to hit unmute on everyone's mic. I will give them the option to unmute real quick and we'll see. We'll go one at a time. Actually, yeah, let me go one at a time. That way we ain't got everybody fighting for the mic at one time because somebody background kind of windy. Let's go with man, I don't know who to go with first, man. I guess I'm gonna go with JJ first, man. Since he's the Hebrew, and I think I'll go with JJ. And you got some windy background or something?
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Yeah, man, you said a lot, man. God, I take notes. So do I get as much time to speak as you did? Because you said this was a smoke session. I didn't know this was like how you interpreted the serpent. See, because the serpent can represent wisdom and also evil. So maybe in your Gnostic book, it's representing right? But in the biblical narrative, the serpent is not seen as someone of wisdom.
I know.
You know why?
Right. I know.
So you cannot and say Jesus. I did this debate already. I already slapped around the pot in the debate and saw that. I know they probably don't want you to hear this, but you gonna have to hear it, bro.
Just deal with me.
So let me ask you this. So now I'm not gonna ask you nothing. I'm gonna deal with the information, bro. Because see, you're up here uplifting these Gnostics. Well, I mean, bro, they believe in a God called Monad.
Can I ask you something? Listen, I'm not no Gnostic. That don't group me in a group of Gnostics. Gnostics ain't a monolith. You just can't say he's a Gnostic and this what he believed, but you can ask me if I believe it. I never even heard of that God you just said. The word Gnostic means to know. That's it. Okay. It's not a movement. It's not a group. It just means I don't take the literal interpretation of symbols and archetypes. That's it.
Okay. Let me know when can I get 2 minutes uninterrupted? Because see what you're doing.
I can't promise you that if you try to group me in a box, I gotta clarify who I am and what you should want that though. If you're a genuine person, you guess what you should say, Sanchez. If I'm wrong about what you teach or your ideology, correct me, brother. You shouldn't want to be in error about not unless you want to misrepresent me. If you want to misrepresent me, then yeah. But go ahead.
Okay. Can you like correct me after my time to speak? Like, okay, but JJ, when you were speaking,
do your thing. Yeah.
So I've had this debate, y'all, and you cannot if you believe in these Gnostic, these exoteric teachings, you cannot go in the Bible and say that was Jesus Christ, because in that certain situation in the garden, he didn't represent the wisdom. He represented the fall of man. In First Enoch, let me get some scriptures out for you. 69:6, the Apocrypha identifies the serpent as a fallen angel. But let's get going. Revelation 12, verse 9. The great dragon, the ancient serpent, who was called the devil and Satan. See, this is the representative of evil in this Bible. Maybe not in the Gnostic text. You need to go to the book of John or something like that, the secret book of John. Be honest with the people. I'm getting this from the secret book of John.
The thing about the Gnostic text and your text, what make a person a Gnostic is the fact that none of these texts. What I was going to say was what makes a person a Gnostic is that we don't interpret none of these texts literally. It don't matter what text you put in front of me, I won't interpret it literally. That ain't Gnosticism. Literal interpretation ain't Gnosticism. I don't know why you keep thinking that.
Okay, what's the Gnostic spiritual? You answer this one is your turn.
You got a false idea of what it means to be a Gnostic, though, bro.
Okay, all right, bro. I know that this Gnostic stuff comes from the Essenes, bro. The Essenes.
Brother, it doesn't, brother. It doesn't, brother. Let me ask you a question, man. What does the word Gnostic mean?
Are we monkeys?
Huh? What does it mean?
Bro, I know you, bro. Every time I come over here, you do this. And they try to make it like I'm
the word Gnostic?
Your scriptures.
I'm asking you a question.
Now let's go to John 8:44. Jesus.
I'm asking you, what does the word Gnostic mean? I'm not asking you what about a Bible scripture.
He's the second Adam. How's that, sir? Let me ask you a question.
So you don't answer me? Okay. This brother tripping.
You ran. I took notes on everything you said. Everything. I want to see this debate between. I'll come over here and debate you. Jesus, hey, you put your Gnostic teaching up against the Bible, or you can sit here and try to lie to us and say that Jesus Christ is the serpent. No, he's not. So let me get it out. Because you said you want to smoke.
Yes, he is, man.
And you said that on your turn. Now watch this. John 8:44, Sanchez. Jesus calls the devil a murderer and a liar from the beginning.
Here we go with the literal preaching. This gonna be boring. Let's go.
Beat you up. You can run your mouth. I listened to you for 45 goddamn minutes.
We listening, bro. We listening.
Then be quiet. Scared, y'all. I'm the goddamn GOAT, the House of Conscious GOAT, the People's Champ, the FOPE Champ, the two-time HOK Champ. You in the ring with me now. You can't make open call-outs. Oh, God, I better get in the room. No, watch this. Now, 2 Corinthians 11:3. Paul equates the serpent's deception of Eve with the devil's deception. But what really kills you, because I know I got limited time to talk.
Do your thing, man. We listening.
Brother, I know it hurt. I know it hurt. Jesus was called the second Adam. You want me to get to that scripture? The second Adam, and then be the goddamn serpent at the same time. So is Adam the serpent too? Yes. You made it up.
Yes, he is.
The secret book of John talks about the Manan, or the one, not Yahweh or Yahweh. In this book, supposedly Jesus appeared to John to deliver this knowledge that he is part of the true God and providing the way for the souls to escape the material world. My question is, since you mad at the black church, you mad at the Catholic, you mad at the Roman.
Who said that?
What do the Nazis have?
Who said that?
They gotta yell over you because you want chaos. He don't want any respect.
I'm asking you why you think I'm mad at y'all, brother. I ain't mad at you, but go ahead.
Ask me when I get done. So I gotta yell, y'all.
No, you don't, brother. Relax. Take a deep breath, man. You good.
1 Corinthians 15:45-49. Thus it is written that the first man, Adam, became a living being, but the last Adam became a living, giving spirit. See, they call him Adam, sir. So are you telling me the first Adam was the serpent too?
Yes.
You made it up.
Yes.
You made it up. No, that wasn't for you to answer right now. Before you answer later.
Oh, I got you. Not
spiritual, that is the first, but the natural and the spiritual. And then the first man was from earth, a man of dust. This is what the Bible says. I don't know what your Gnostic books say. They only got the secret book of John. Come on, man, that wasn't canonical. So stop it. The first, I understand that the serpent is represented as also a good wisdom, but the Comedics use it as good and evil. Because they had serpent spirits guarding the goddamn tombs and shit. Demons and stuff. You don't read the Book of the Dead. Let's keep going. Now, the first man was from earth, man of dust. The second man is from heaven. What? What, bro? See, in Genesis 3, verse 1, the serpent is used by Satan to lie to Eve. So I guess now Jesus is going to lie to Eve, call on the problem, sin of the earth, and then come back and redeem the earth. It makes no sense. Stick to the Gnostic teachers. I have their teachers right here. I've been listening to you. See, the monarch produces from his thought or feminine or divine entity or a principle named Barbello. Is that real? Is the monarch real? Y'all know Barbello? Do they look at that as real?
Bro, we're waiting on you to pass the mic. It just sounds like Macho Man Randy Savage, for real. A preacher that's giving me a bunch of pork chop talk, for real, bro. You're very ignorant. I will admit that about this Bible, bro. And you got a bunch. It's grown people out there believing in real talking snakes. That's fucking childish.
This ain't nobody gonna even respect you because you don't let nobody talk. We listen to your nonsense for 45
We listening to you, bro. We listening to you. I'm gonna tell you something about this Negro right here, man. He's really a crybaby. Drop a 1 if he annoy you, y'all. I'm being a good guest because I got 9 people on here. 5 of them was here before him. And I'm telling this brother, I'm muting all them. You can talk. I'm letting him do his thing. But you, bro, I'm in the background. It's like watching a basketball game and a commentator saying, they hear you clearly, bro. I just want you to know every word out of your mouth, they can hear it. You ain't got to cry about me interjecting like that. I'm not long, I'm brief. And I'm giving you the flow, right? I'm falling back. I'm listening to you. I'm letting you go a while. But guess what, bro? You got to quit crying so much. Because I really want you to stay on topic, and I really kind of want to have a dialogue with you versus you having a monologue, because a lot of what you're saying isn't applicable to me. You framed me as some kind of Gnostic, and you coming up here with a prejudice, what you think my ideology is versus just asking me as you go, and I'll be brief and we can be in and out. Like, the word Gnostic just means to know. So I just want you to know that the Bible was never meant to be believed. The truth can't be believed. It can only be known. So the believers belong to the Roman Empire. The knowers are the small group of people that the book of Revelation said will see visions, dream dreams. That's another way of saying that the Bible is decoded. When it talks about the mystery of revelation, guess what? Mysteries are meant to be solved, not believed. But if you want to believe mysteries, cool. Us Gnostics, we going to try to solve them, bro. And I think I'm doing a good job. I think that the Bible wanted us to solve its mystery. It tells you, prove all things, mystery Babylon. It's like telling you, it's telling you, do your due diligence. It's going to be very small few that see the truth, and the rest going to be believers in mysteries and folklores, which is the synagogue of Satan. They're going to be led astray by the papacy. That's just facts. Truth can't be believed. If the Bible is a book of truth, who believes 2 + 2 is 4? People know that. And that's what Gnostic mean. Know, the knowers. Moses wasn't a believer. He didn't have faith. He lifted up the serpent. That was knowledge of the central nervous system. It wasn't a belief system in Moses' time.
Can I go? Give me 2 minutes, I'm out. Because I know you see where you asked for this. Okay, so I'm gonna talk light, okay, so it don't scare you. All right. You okay with that? Okay. Now, I came up with the information. I wrote down everything you said. You said the snake can represent evil. I know the snake can represent evil and wisdom in the Bible. They use this serpent as evil. See, you are getting your information from the secret book of John, and that's just that. There is no other Gnostic teaching saying, there is no other teaching up there talking about Jesus is the serpent. So you're getting it out of the Gnostic, these scenes. They got casted out. They're not even canonical. All right, sir? So let's keep going. What else did you say? Another thing, you try to put down the church. What did the Gnostics do in the civil rights movement? I didn't see him out there with Malcolm and
When did I
Martin.
try to put down the church?
Listen, no, because you're putting down the church, bro. So let me keep going. Stop crying. See, you don't like nobody else to talk. So they wasn't out there with the African Baptist Church, the Nation of Islam. Where's these Gnostics at? You keep trying to act like they got all, they don't know nothing. They do knockoff. You're up here teaching Kundalini stuff. That comes from the East Asian, some goddamn where Buddha. You're mixing and matching. Let me keep going. Then Jesus came before that Aztec serpent idol that you showed on the screen. Is that correct? You doing? Now you quote, then you knock the Bible, but now you quote from the Bible, talking about, aren't we the light of the world? Where's the Gnostics talking about this? What Gnostic book say the Gnostics?
You're 2 minutes up, bro.
Yeah, I know. Do you want smoke? I'll come over here and debate you because you ain't gonna be able to interrupt. Yes or no?
Hey, cool, man. Hey, you ain't worth no debate. I don't debate ignorant people, bro. Like they said, you're not. I only debate my equals, my peers. Can't debate you. You beneath. Your understanding is beneath mine. It'll be stupid. I don't even really want to debate. We're on different levels. I know you believe. That's like a nigga that know mama and dad had put them gifts under the Christmas tree trying to debate a child that believes Santa Claus put the motherfuckers there. What that's gonna look like? I'm gonna show up saying, look, man, prove Santa Claus put them there. And the child gonna be reading fairy tales to me like how you quoting scriptures. And they gonna swear that that's proof. He rode his sleigh from the North Pole, and this page says this, a literal interpretation of a damn folklore. While I'm telling the child, look, man, mom and dad had put that shit in there. That ain't no belief. That's something I know. That's knowledge. That ain't faith. But you'll never win that argument with a child that want to believe Santa put them gifts under the tree. Is a person with knowledge trying to debate a person with belief and faith? It's just, bro, stay in your lane. Go debate other believers. Go debate other children that believe in Santa Claus, right? Because we're separated by this thing called knowledge, and you don't have it because you traded it for faith and belief. Now, is there anyone else that want to speak? I think we can. It's a button on y'all joint that would allow y'all to raise y'all hand, and that'll let me know who to unmute. I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier. So yeah, that's to keep the trolls from trolling us. That's why I got the Zoom set up like this. So yes, if you guys would like to speak, just raise your hand. I'll see it, and I'll allow for your mics to be unmuted. So yeah, salutes to you, Key.
Hey, salute, man. I remember JJ's head, man. Hey, JJ, he gone, man. You know what he was talking about. He didn't speak about the things that he spoke about was nothing about Christ being the serpent, because he don't have that knowledge. He don't know how to speak about Christ's energy, Christ's consciousness. You know what I'm saying? The Kundalini. He said it was East Asian something, and bro, like, you know, if you don't know what you're talking about, it really sound ignorant what you were speaking on, because for the simple fact that when we talking about Christ, if Christ is an archetype, the energy behind Christ would be, you know, how to raise the, see, when we talk about God, we're talking about an energy. You know what I'm saying? We know we got the energy within us. We talk about God. If God is a sea, and then if we know our head is a cup, and then we say that we got driplets or droplets of the sea, you know what I'm saying? But then us, if we a bucket of the sea, then, you know, we just vessels for the source to pour into, type of thing. My thing is, I don't see why they're not teaching this knowledge. Because if you teach this knowledge, then this will show you how to actually do God's work. It will show you actually how to take a piece of what you think God is, You understand what I'm saying? And have it inside of you. But the knowledge that they teach is a upside down knowledge, to where it teach to where you supposed to give your power up for what? You give your power up and you say Christ is supposed to die for your sins. But you can do whatever you want. And you just forgiven for all of your, even your after sins. So you forgiven for your sins that you give Christ, and you also forgiven for all your other sins. All
You cut out, Key. Let me read some donations while he get his tech issues straight. Shout out to my brother Awakening Minds. Drizzy Dre, what's up, Awakening Minds, man? What's good? Awakening Minds said, damn, bro, it's going ham. The last 20 minutes, somebody clipped that. Amazing wisdom. Much love, family. I'm going to start going back making shorter videos with all of my streams. That's something I'm going to do starting 2026, because I'm putting out so much new content, and I really need to refurbish some of these past streams into like slot videos that people, you know, with the music. Yeah, shout out to you, man. I'm gonna read these donations because we sure enough got behind. And key whenever your mic is right, give me a mic check. Shout out to
Mike.
Okay, cool, Key. Let me read these few donations and don't forget what you was saying. Shout out to Dolph Obama. Said, what's good, bro? Sanchez to the chat on this Friday. Shout out to Quee 34. Just showing some love, bro. Sanchez. Showing some love right back to you. I must have missed that one, but I got you now, Quee. Shout out to Young Jay. Keep cooking with the lecture. Thank you, Young Jay. I'm going to do that. Shout out to X-Rack. It said good stuff. Thank you, man. Shout out to Funny Mama Cedar. And thank you, Funny Mama Cedar. Shout out to Shayla Ma'at for being a new member of the channel. Let's clap it up. Appreciate the love, Shayla. Shout out to my brother Awakening Minds. Damn. Oh, we read that. Shout out to Sally. Man, bro, I think of that crap every day, and you saying it out loud, bro. You enlighten my soul. Sally McDermott, I really appreciate your support, sis, as always. You already know. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to you, Awakening Minds. If you want to hop on, man, you already know it's all good. Shout out to you. Said great work, fam. Respect. Shout out to Prime Time. This guy's a special kind of NPC. Yeah, Jeremiah Judah, I'm trying to be quick. I ain't gonna disrespect him, but let's just say you got to have a lot of patience to tolerate his voice, his energy, and his ignorance all at once. That's a horrible combination. But I love the brother, man. Hey, man, we got people that's Christians, right? They believe in the Bible literally. But what I don't like about the brother, like, why do you want to debate me? Guess what, man? It ain't gonna be. I think what he need to try to do, what people can't see beyond their indoctrination. So it ain't really like, I was gonna say he should try to understand what I'm saying. They just can't. I was there. And you blinded by this belief and faith. It's a guard up. But let me give a shout out to Primetime once again. Primetime, sorry for missing that $5 super chat. I had missed you and Quee. Shout out to Nature Nick as well. I missed you too, Nature Nick. Appreciate the love. He said he doesn't want you to talk because he can only say what he already rehearsed. That's what Nature Nick was saying. Shout out to Ezekiel. He said, can an NPC be possessed? Yeah, because when you're a non-player character, you're automatically controlled by the AI, by the computer. So all NPCs are possessed, and humans with souls who don't activate their souls are by default possessed, because they are programmed to perpetuate the ideology of the beast and the machine and to keep the status quo going. They're going to fight back at anything that's awakened in the Matrix, just like in the Matrix movie. Even the humans with souls are working for the agents out of their own willful ignorance. That's all he is. Shout out to Nicole Everhart. Thank you for upgrading your membership to Sacred God. Hey, shout out to the brother Key Norfolk. Peace and power, family, much love and respect. Shout out to my nigga Key Norfolk, and shout out to all of y'all. I'm falling back. Hey, Key, take the mic. My bad. Go ahead, you got it.
Yeah, man. Like these people with these external hard drives, man. You know what I'm saying? They don't really understand because they don't have the um the internal capacity to be able to have wholeness within themselves. And then they call themselves holy, but their holy means that they full of holes. It means that their cup is leaking. You understand what I'm saying? Because they standing on a foundation of um they're standing on a foundation of mystery. They're in a foundation of believing a mystery. You know what I'm saying? And that's sci-fi, basically. That's what the church has went to. Like, when we get to going from the biblical teachings, people have taken this thing.
Hey, Key, to everybody that's listening to me right now, I don't know what just happened, but the past minutes after I passed the mic, I didn't hear it. So my bad, everyone. Key was talking, so Key, was there something I missed? I just had to go grab me something real quick. And I
Oh
didn't think I was
yeah,
going to miss that much. Yeah.
I was just saying, the people who are standing on, the Gnosticism. When we start talking about Gnosticism, it's annoying. And the people who are dealing with these biblical stories as factual evidence or whatever, they're dealing with mysticism. So it's kind of like a sci-fi thing. It's kind of like somebody believing in aliens or, the things that you see on the sci-fi television thing. So, we should be able to mature above that level, man, to where we get to a knowing so we can level up in spirituality. We're not supposed to just have our spirituality set on a platter for somebody else to come and eat. And that's what's happening when it comes to the papacy, when it comes to these I want to choose my words wisely. You understand what I'm saying? When it comes to these powers that be and stuff like that. That's
Most
how they
definitely.
siphon our energy. You understand what I'm saying? And then I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
fall back right there. Yeah.
Hey, Key, remember when he was saying, don't mute your mic. You still there?
No. I'm still
Remember when he was saying, according to the Bible, that the serpent is evil in the Bible? Because he said the serpent can mean wisdom or evil, but the Bible said that the serpent is evil. Remember when he said that?
right.
Here go what the book of Genesis say. Then the serpent said to the woman, for you will not surely die, for God knows that in the day you eat of it, your eyes will be open and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. Now, how is the serpent evil for telling Adam and Eve, let me teach you right from wrong? Because Key Norfolk, don't you want your kids to know the knowledge of right from wrong?
Right.
So the serpent was trying to teach us so we can know the difference between good actions and bad actions. It's right here in the book. And that's what Jesus was trying to teach.
He taking negative and positive. He trying to make it on some good and evil type of thing, taking it to a surface level, or he using a pig mentality, an animalistic behavioral type of thought process. You understand what I'm saying? I
Mm-hmm.
don't think on an animalistic behavioral thought process. I think on a mind, body, and soul level. I first have to think with my mind, then I have to think with my body, and then I have to think with my soul. So I have to proceed these things the way that the ancestors left them to be perceived. The ancestors left these archetypes to be perceived as far as a person who's able to think with their mind, their body, and their soul. Like, we three beings that split into two. You understand what I'm saying? And people don't get that, bro. Like, and I don't
Yeah,
understand,
it's
like,
like
why he don't.
it's like the whole thing is like with the serpent, with Christ being the serpent, right? Everything the serpent did, Christ did. All the titles the serpent got, Christ got. The serpent, the light bearer. The serpent is the light of the world. They said
Morning
that
star.
morning star, right? That can't forget that one. Guess what? Jesus was sent to the earth as God. The serpent was casted down, and guess what? He said it out of his mouth. He said the serpent represent the fall of man, and guess what? He don't realize. The fall of man mean when your consciousness fell into your body, silly. See,
Bro, it
because check it
was
out. Our consciousness is just the serpent. My bad, Key. The consciousness is the serpent. Our spirit, the part of us that thinks, that lives, that experiences. So when they talk about the serpent represent the fall of man, it's because the serpent is man falling into the body.
That's right. That's right. Talk to him, bro. Hey, Drewski just did a skit. And you know what? I really don't know about this brother as a person, as an individual, but his skits are profound. His skits are bringing people to the realization of what's really going on within the church, and people don't like it. This is why the church don't like Drewski. The Hebrews don't like Drewski. The preachers on the pulpit don't like Drewski because Drewski's showing you that they prosperity pimping your ass out of all your motherfucking money, bro, and they ciphering your motherfucking energy. Drewski came as the devil to Rakai, and he told him, he said, Rakai said, "Who are you?" He said, "I am the one that come." So people was trying to say, like, he was trying to say he was coming like in the name of Jesus or whatever. How is he saying he coming in the name of Jesus when they are one and the same?
But see, here go the thing about all them kind of antics. The people in power are there to spookify the symbols so that people can keep taking them literally. You putting a lot of spooky and celebrity, people holding up one eye, and people see these celebrities know the truth that none of this shit is real and it wasn't meant to be taken literally. So they living their best lives. They know when they die, the soul within them can't be burnt because your soul, if you understand what your soul is and what the ancestors taught and what hell is, the people who created hell just did that. Our ancestors taught when you do wrong that you're going to be reincarnated. You're going to be born again. Like if you don't pass first grade, they make you repeat first grade. That's what deja vu is. The ancestors saying deja vu mean we've been here before and we still ain't learned our lesson and we forgot we've been here. People don't understand that because their conception of time is wrong. They think that time is a line and what happened in the past is back there and you can't do it again. But guess what people say when they die? They life rewind to the beginning. Why do your life rewind like a movie? Because they hit play right at the conception point. When the Big Bang, when the light happened in the hospital, the light of conception, they play your shit back like a rerun and you forget you just lived this shit before. That's what deja vu is. And people who think they know everything, we lost all this knowledge before the papacy took over. We knew this shit. We knew, and guess what? People will call me crazy, but guess what, y'all? They dumbasses will have deja vu though. Sanchez tripping. You heard what he said? Well, you must have never had deja vu, dummy. So I'm making up deja vu. Your ability to see something that supposedly shouldn't been happening yet. And what I don't get, you will have a Christian that'll laugh at you for saying deja vu is your ability to see the future, even though they telling you that the Bible is prophetic And with the Holy Ghost, you can have the spirit of discernment and be a prophet, which is to prophesy and see the future. Them some goddamn hypocrites. The church will tell you it's possible to see the future. Then when you tell them that you can do that, you do that with deja vu, they laugh at you because they want to believe that they doing it with the gift of Jesus Christ, Holy Ghost within them. They want to give that the credit. And even people that worship the devil can have deja vu. Well, Christ just can be giving them a vision, even though they evil, Sanchez, huh? You see what I'm saying, y'all? You can't say to people. That's why the Bible said most of the world gonna go to hell. They using their feelings and they ain't using their mind. And the mind is a terrible thing to waste. You need your mind to obey the Bible and prove all things. You don't need your mind to just believe some shit. You ain't using your mind, so you losing your mind. Let's call her. Global Status, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm just listening to y'all. Y'all can hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. You know, I don't believe none of that Santa Claus, none of that BS. You know what I'm saying?
But you believe Jesus died for our sins?
No, but I believe, I know that, whether you call him Jesus, Yahweh, I don't too much care about the name.
Walk the
Even though
earth.
names, yeah, you know, names
Yeah,
is
his name Sanchez. His name Global Status. You right, Yahweh shall walk the earth. His name Key Norfolk, Rum Ham, Demi. We are Christ in the flesh. Christ gonna keep walking the earth as long as humans come, because Christ just represent infinite consciousness living through man.
Yeah, but he led by what I see is he led by example, and so him dying on the cross for the sin, I don't deal with it. What's the name? The reason why he was assassinated because the things he was doing, like if we was living the life that he showed us how to live, a lot of these health companies will run out of business.
Can I
Like you
say
wouldn't need to go to.
one quick thing? He wasn't assassinated. Jesus willingly laid his life down, and he told you, no man ain't taking my damn life. I'm giving him this shit, nigga. So it's like telling me that I was robbed when I just gave you this. I'm giving you this money. So Jesus made that clear. Ain't nobody taking my life. I'm handing them this shit over, because if I can walk on water, I can snap my finger and make the Caesar disappear right now. He ain't taking my life, shit, right? I got power. I can kill him right now. I'm letting them crucify me because his prophecy being fulfilled. So I lay it down. I just want to say it. You got it.
Yeah. I still think it's a little it's a little
You can
thing
think
to
what
that.
you want, but Jesus said, I gave them my life. They ain't take shit. And I'm going to believe Jesus if we going to deal with the literal interpretation. Because if we deal with the literal interpretation, this man know how to do magic and miracles. So damn right, you really can't kill him. He letting you kill him.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So even him raising from the dead, that's a literal thing. It ain't just a metaphor. Like I know for a fact it is a metaphor and it is literal. The simple fact we are three beings is teaching us on each level. It ain't just teaching us on one level. And that's what a lot of people fail to realize. They think it's just metaphorically when our creator is our creator knows all. He created all three parts of us. So he ain't neglecting the other two and just pertaining to one.
Listen. Nothing created you, because energy can't be created or destroyed. And guess what, man? I'm agreeing with you, brother. I just want to let you know I'm agreeing with you, because I don't think you interpreting this literally. Like, I think you kind of saying what I'm saying, but I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, but see, even with that, when they say that energy can't be created or nor destroyed. I think I know for a fact that only applies to everybody who ain't the one. That don't
Yeah, well, yeah,
apply.
that don't apply to the NPCs. I got you.
You see what I'm saying? Uh, so when we talk about energy being created, that comes from the one, the Most High, whatever name y'all want to call it. I'm talking about the one that I'm really talking about, zero to hero.
But let me ask you something.
So
You saying energy comes from who?
zero to hero.
Okay, now question. Where did he come from?
That's forbidden.
Now
That's forbidden
listen,
from us.
this why now hold on. This always happens, man, and you can't do that because when you do that, you create a mysterious God that's telling you how everything came from him. But if you ask him where you come from, God, hey man, motherfuckers can't be knowing all that now. And what the hell is that? Right? What you think God would do us like that and be secretive? See, that's somebody lying. That's the papacy, right? And I'm trying to tell you something right now. They'll tell you God always was and always is. But guess what? That's true for energy, not God. God is a new word that was just created to personify energy. Yeah, before people knew about God, they knew it was energy behind everything because energy is motion. If you want to personify the energy behind creation as God, then now you just created a literal dude who's the source of energy. But when I ask you where he come from, you ain't got no answer. Why? Because you just personified energy as a dude without a mama, just some white guy sitting up there. And where he come from, we don't know. It's forbidden. He ain't got no mama. He created himself. See, the truth is when I say energy can't be created, God can't be created, and God can't be destroyed. Think about it. Can God be created? Nope. Can God be destroyed? Nope. I'm talking about the mythological, literal God. Nope. But see, they personifying energy. And this is how I'm debunking God with energy. Because everything comes from energy, but energy don't come from nothing. So once you say the energy behind the universe comes from something, then you got to tell me where that thing come from. And you won't be able to do it, bro. You won't, because the driving force behind creation is just pure energy. And it's been there and always will. And when your energy became conscious of itself, then your consciousness began, but your energy didn't. The energy that's creating your body been around here forever. It ain't got a beginning or ending to it. What began was the activation of your consciousness. But the energy that's making you here ain't no age to it. Your journey in this place is new. You're like a baby that's in first grade, right? But that baby's energy ain't a first grader. The energy inside that baby don't have an age to it. I don't care if that baby's 7 years old. The energy in that baby is infinite years old. Ain't no age to none of our souls. So what I'm telling you is the part of you that don't age doesn't have a beginning or an ending. It's outside of time. And when you enter time, that's when we talk about beginnings and endings. But when we get outside of time, don't talk to me about beginning and ending because that's duality. In duality, things start, they finish. Then they start again, they finish. They just run repetitive cycles. But outside of duality, nothing starts and begins. It realizes it always was. You get acquainted with the infinite part of yourself that didn't even have a beginning. You asking about that energy and what just began. Your questioning.
This what I apply when I say that. Because what we got to understand that a mystery is necessary, and
It's
the
not.
reason why this why it's necessary though, because we talking about
Show me in the Bible where it say that, Mr. Bible man.
I'm finna tell you. It's really simple. It's called true leadership. If I'm side by side with a person, I'm not truly leading the way. So the one who leading the way has to be out in
But
front.
that's the
Like
problem. We don't need leaders. We don't need leaders and followers. We need everyone walking side by side because we all gods. Gods don't
I
walk one
understand it,
behind each other. They walk side by side.
but see, listen, we can't deal with the ego, cause listen,
That
we
ain't
talking
ego.
about
Listen, hold up. Ego is some nigga want to be in front versus saying, fuck that. Nobody in front, my brother. We all lock hands and go side by side. That's
but
saying
remember,
fuck the ego.
no, listen, remember what we just said though. When we talking about the Most High, the one, how energy can't be created or nor destroyed. That only applies to all of us. It
That
don't
apply,
apply to
period. That's a
one.
universe law. Everything exists is
Right.
energy, so it always apply. There's never a time where, oh, the law don't apply now. 24/7, no matter what happens, these universal laws are at work. There is no pockets where you can just break the law now. It ain't applying, bro. This don't stop. Every law in the universe don't take a day off. I don't understand what you're saying. It apply no matter where you do. Even when you die and leave this realm, the universal laws gonna apply. You will never be able to escape these laws because these laws are there for you to activate your potential for us to become what we are.
This is what I'm saying. So we just had an agreement that we both understood about the one where it doesn't apply. We both just had an agreement, and that's the agreement I'm talking about. That's all I'm speaking towards. When we both had an agreement about how it does. Nobody can't create or destroy energy, because energy is in all ways. And we both came to that agreement when I was talking about zero to hero, the Most High, how that creates energy and how that destroys energy. That's what we agreed upon, and that's what I mean about true leadership. Because when you look at your numbers, you got -1, you got +1. In the middle of all your numbers, you have 0. That's perfection. That's what we have to work towards. We have to work toward that. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm speaking towards when I say what the mystery is necessary, where true leadership is it. Because that's what leads the way. Because if we are the zeros, we wouldn't be going through what we're going through now. The zero is not going through what we're going through right now. We like -1s and 1s. Some people
Can I tell you something real quick, bro? Just some real shit. Just know that the infinite force behind the universe isn't separate from the universe. So there's nothing in creation that's having an experience that's separate from the force behind creation. It's impossible.
I understand that, but it's still like the pyramid. The pyramid is still like the sword, like the tip of the sword, the top of the pyramid. You got that fine dot, and that what leads the way.
Can I get kind of segue back to the serpent concept when you land your plane? Take your time. That was rude of me. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was my thing though. When it comes to mystery is necessary. I mean, everybody got their own perception.
Quick question, brother. If the Bible say prove all things, then I'll agree with you just to meet a common ground. You may think mystery is necessary. I won't push back at that. What I'll say is, yes, mystery is necessary, but solving the mystery should be the purpose. Can we agree with that? Not just letting it stay a mystery, right?
Right. We definitely
Cool,
agree.
cool. That's all I
Damn
was
right.
saying. Right, that's all I was saying. I
Yep.
thought we was in agreement because I kept listening. Like it's kind of like we, you know, kind of we ain't too far off. Now, shout out to Duke Wayne. Shout out to my brother Duke Wayne. He said, the more we raise God, the more we lower our energy. Hey, brother, I want to say something. It sounds like you literally interpreted the resurrection and literally interpreted a dude named Jesus walking the earth, though. That was kind of a concern.
What you talking to me, Sanchez?
Yeah, do you believe that Yahweh Shai, this Christ, was a real dude that walked the earth? Because when you said that some of it is metaphor, some of it is literal, I'm in agreeing with that because check it out. The serpent wasn't meant to be taken literal. So the symbol, like, ain't no real dragon, right, on a fucking cross. But the real thing is what is symbolized, the soul within man. That's why I said, okay, I agree with the brother. He get it. Like with Gnosticism is knowing what to take literal and what's not. And the thing is knowing that the Bible is written for you to decode the literal interpretation. For example, the serpent on the tree, the way we decode it as the force within man, that's what the Bible wanted us to do. It never wanted us to read the book and take it literally. The people that got us reading these books, taking them literally, is the papacy that took over. When they say, man, the slave master came to our land and he only let us read the Bible, we wrote the Bible. Why would you force me to read a book I wrote? See, the truth is that they made the new slaves literally interpret the revised versions, and that's how we get these new world religious-minded zombified people today. But before that, we had the same Bible, we just wasn't literally interpreting it like Pastor Pochop. So if you want to know what the Vatican doing, the Vatican burnt up all the libraries that make us know that we shouldn't literally interpret this stuff. They removed all the books that speak about how it's all symbolic. And guess what? And they made all the new slaves literal believers of it and dumbed everybody down. They hid all this knowledge behind you simply believing the literal interpretation. But you see, and that's crazy, bro, how all this shit was erased overnight. The moment they started to literally interpret the Bible, the serpent became a real monster that you need to be scared of. Because think about this. Let's go back to this scripture real quick, so y'all can see. And I got new people on here too. I'm about to fall back. I put this up right here. The Bible didn't say that the serpent was evil. The papacy said that. The Bible said that the serpent was the bringer of wisdom, there to open man's eyes. And the serpent is the teacher of duality, letting you know the difference between good and bad. That's what all Christ was doing. So once you go look up Christ and the serpent, every Christian know that Christ is the light bearer. The devil is the light bearer, right? Christ is the morning star. The devil is the morning star. Every Christian know that Christ was lifted up. The serpent rose up from the sea. Every Christian know that Christ came down from heaven and was signified by the star of Bethlehem. And guess what? The serpent was a fallen angel, and it was said that when he fell down to the earth, he shined like a bright star. So people look at the star of Bethlehem and don't realize the same story that they telling of Jesus. They literally told this story for Lucifer. And I can go so far, right, that I can show the visuals behind this. Check it out. Moses was teaching the same thing we teaching today about Christ, but we weren't literally believing in a graven image for immortality. Moses was teaching that the soul within man must mature. Moses was teaching that the soul inside of man must mature, must rise up to its greatest potential if it want to escape the physical world. It must outgrow the physical world, which is to detach from materialism. This is the teachings of the serpent. How is that evil? Now the papacy reinterpreted what the serpent mean and turned it to the devil. That's your fault if you believe them. Because guess what? That requires belief. What I'm teaching requires proof and knowledge. And the Bible said prove all things. It didn't say believe shit. So the belief system is why everybody being led astray. They taking a broad path, which is the path that everybody in the world taking, which is the literal interpretation. Only a few people looking at what the Bible's saying, and they ain't getting rich either. They getting ridiculed. And the Bible prophesied this too, but it ain't prophecy. You know what it is? Cycles repeating itself, because this been going on for hundreds of years on earth. The war between good and evil, the battle of Armageddon. And everyone knew that the writers of the Bible were Gnostics, and that this war of Armageddon, the evil side is way more bigger than the righteous side. But the people who think they on the side of God walk in the broad path with the graven image. Think about it. Their God is a literal dude on a cross. They walk around with necklaces on with Jesus on it, even though they Bible say don't make graven images. And I keep telling them, they think they so right. Guess what? You know why people think they right? Because they born into something. And guess what that's called? A fucking cult. A cult. People in cults think they're right because they're born into it. They never question their way out of it. These people, literal interpretation of the Bible has created a cult of grown people believing in fairy tales. Like all cults. And all cults need a leader. No cults make leaders. So yeah, you worshiping a graven image that don't talk back to you. It don't answer your prayers. You can fool yourself all you want to. The truth is that we don't got to ask questions to nothing outside of ourselves. Every answer we need to conquer is written inside of our hearts, but we don't listen to our heart. We look up in the sky with our hands folded and blubber words out of our mouth. We babble to a God that we say already know everything. So why talk to it? So here go an image of the serpent in Christ, but let me give you another one. Here is Lucifer, and here is Jesus. You can't deny these images. Look at it. Everything to the people around their legs. Look at the people around, from the sky being open. Now check this out. This image of Lucifer is hundreds of years older than that picture of Jesus Christ. But y'all keep telling me Jesus ain't Lucifer. Then the brother gonna ask me, is Adam Lucifer? Yes, Adam is a whole god in other countries. They call him Atum, and they call him Adin, which is Odin. Adam in the Bible is God manifesting as man in other mythologies. Our mythology got Adam being the first man molded by God, but the name Adam and the story isn't new when you get it. People already talked about a deity called Adim, right? That was made by God, and here he go right here. That's what I was trying to tell that dummy. The dude you see in the bottom left corner, guess what his name is? Atom. It's spelled A-T-U-M. The Greeks turned it to A-D-A-M, and they made Adam the first man on earth, when this is just showing you Adam ain't even a man. Adam is the personification of the spirit inside of man, which is what they curse because they didn't want us to know about our infinite force inside of us. They wanted to use immortality as a pawn to gain your obedience to the state. And if they want to use immortality as something, hey man, if you do something for me, I do something for you. Well, what you gonna do for me? I'm gonna make you immortal when you die. But nigga, I'm already gonna be immortal when I'm dead. See, if you knew the truth, you wouldn't go for that trick. No other people in the world follow the papacy but us, and we do it out of fear. Because they tell us when you die, you gonna burn in hell if you don't do all this. But they ain't doing it. They killing people every day. So this was created to keep the slaves from revolting. Thou shalt not kill unless you join our military and do it for us. Thou shalt not steal unless you taken another motherfucker's land in the name of our little racist ass God. Because you listening to a God that's telling you to go take other people's shit when that God's supposed to be a miracle worker with all that power is bananas. What he need with a military when he can snap his fingers and you can have the land overnight. Somebody speaking for a God that ain't said shit, if you ask me. Because this almighty God wouldn't need to have humans go around and fight physical wars when you can do miracles and magic tricks. You built the whole universe by yourself, but you need an army to help you take other people's shit. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, man. You built all these galaxies by your goddamn self. But you can't go take them people land without having dumbass goons and minions believing the papacy. You've been lied to. You ain't a Christian. You're a Zionist. Let me say one thing real quick. We got to go to other people. You can show Christians the truth and they still ain't going to follow it because guess what? It is written that they going to be following the papacy. It is written that they gonna follow the papacy to hell, the synagogue of Satan, the great apostasy. We ain't waiting on the great apostasy to happen. The great apostasy been happening for 500 years. The real church have been following the beast and turning away from their original ancestral teachings about the Kundalini and about mastering your goddamn self. And about taking accountability and responsibility and having discipline so that we can make a world out of side that's worth inheriting for a future generation. Because guess what? Prisons and jails ain't gonna make a heaven on earth. Self-discipline is. I am self-law and master. That's called Islam. That requires you to work on yourself, not kneel down and pray every day to a motherfucker outside of you by the name of Allah, because Allah is the soul within man. Allah is your psychology. Allah is the name of your current mental paradigm. If you don't like it, you need to be molding and motherfucking editing your God, not believing in your God. A God ain't nothing to believe in. A God is something to build and work on within yourself. And until you do that, you ain't going to be a God. You're going to be a servant and a believer to an outside force that don't exist while you not spiritually working on your goddamn self. And you exist in a childish, baby-like state, believing in fairy tales versus knowing that there's an infinite light within you. You've demoted yourself to a goddamn animal in the animal kingdom that need God help to give me immortality when you don't know that ye are gods. You can't pray for immortality. You already immortal. You can't cease to exist because you are infinite energy. The reason I say that energy can't be created or destroyed, that's important because when we forgot that, these bastards was able to promise us immortality. When we forgot that we was already immortal, we started kneeling down to the papacy for immortality. And how did we forget it? Through the literal interpretation of these symbols. We forgot immortality because we forgot that the symbol of immortality ain't Christ, it's the serpent. And everybody's scared of snakes in the Western world. But when you go to the goddamn Eastern world, they love snakes. They love dragons. When you go to Asia, people put dragon shit on and snake shit on. Why do we hate snakes? Everybody who hates snakes up under the Vatican. Think about that. Because the Vatican cursed the serpent because it represents immortality within man. They didn't want you to know that immortality was within you. They wanted you to think that immortality is a gift that a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white boy got to give you and drop it out the sky. and you fell for it. Now look at all y'all servants. You used to be gods. And if I ask you why you so fucking loyal with your servants, well, Sanchez, I want immortality. Get up off your knees. You already immortal. Immortality ain't a gift. It's an innate part of us that we can't get rid of even if we wanted to. Let me pass the mic to Project Baby Buddha, man. And anybody else that want the mic next, just raise your hand. We're going to queue you up and we're going to make sure you get the mic. Project Baby Buddha, take it over. Thank you for joining.
What's up with it, bro, Sanchez? What's up to the panel, man? How y'all doing?
Doing good. Appreciate it.
I really was just the first dude that came up that was talking about the Bible, and he started mentioning Gnostic teachings, and he mentioned the monad. A lot of people don't understand, like you were saying, ain't none of this stuff literal. It's philosophical teachings. Can you bring up a picture of the monad?
The monads. Okay, I'll pull it up. Go ahead. Keep cooking. I'm pulling it up for you now.
Okay, yeah. Basically, the monad it's a dot with a circle. And I be seeing you bringing up the collages. It's like the Atlantis thing. The dot is just pure potential, the seed of all form. The circle, it ain't nothing but infinity, the all, totality. And it is basically just light in the reflection, the father and the mother, masculine and the feminine. And that's all before duality.
Talk to him, my brother. Hell yeah, you got it. And you see I put it up right here for you, right?
Yep.
Now look, that's the all-seeing eye, what they call Saturn. And then the reason that dot is in the middle, they call that God Baal. See, when we say that the name of God was Baal, it's because this image right here represent where energy is at, the North Pole. This is the North Pole in the middle of the AE map, the central nervous system in the middle of man's biology. This splits the universe in half and creates duality, which is why Jesus break the bread. But when they said God name is Baal, no, the archetype of God was a ball, and it later became a snake, and this symbol became a yin-yang when you replace this ball with a snake splitting it down the middle. But it's still the center, the snake is in the middle. This dot is in the middle because another archetype for the central location or the central nervous system is a dot, or it can be a serpent, or you can put a fish in the middle of this, and it'll, what I did earlier with this right here. And it's the same thing. That's why Jesus is a fish too. And you know, let me unlock Awakening Minds too to join this thing. Salutes to my brother Awakening Minds.
Hell yeah, salutes to that, and appreciate the brother for pulling up the monad, bro. Because you know that's now the symbol of the sun, right here. Just like Jesus is the sun, but this is literally the symbol of the sun in alchemy and all their teachings. But I like how he tied it back into light, you know. And I don't want to stray from this point. I want him to finish breaking down the monad because you got other images you can pull up too, but this symbol is literally the symbol of the sun. You know, because I like how you just said, bro, what you said, this is the North Pole. We all know this. This is the core. Then you get the 4 quarters or the 4, you know what I'm saying? Once you put the plus sign in the middle now you get the symbol of the earth. So in a sense, they flipped all of this, the monad, and saying that we come from the sun, you know, Jesus Christ and all that. You know, but I got some other stuff I wanted to talk to you about, like that scripture you had pulled up, but I want to stay here real quick.
You know the word monad can be changed to Adam, you know.
Adam and I. When
See
the I,
right.
Adam I. And that's like the name of God, Adamai, you know?
Yeah.
But out of Adam am I as well, you know? But it's not the case, man. It's exactly like what the brother was breaking down. I kind of want to hear his interpretation on it.
Let me fall back, and you can stay on. I'm gonna mute up. But Awakening Minds, you and Project Buddha, y'all hands raised, y'all double teamed it for a second. I'm listening. Go.
Okay, go ahead, Project. I'm here at work too, but I'm just calling in, bro, because you've been killing it. But go ahead, Project.
Also with the monad, you can also tie it into the Sephiroth tree. The monad being Keter, the crown. When you compare all, use the monad, the Kabbalistic tree, and break down Genesis, you kind of crack the whole code philosophically. Uh, but to another point, also the serpent, the Hebrew word nakash, when you put it in gematria, it break down to the Messiah, and we know the Messiah is Jesus, and you tied it back to the serpent being Jesus, which is true. And it's also Lucifer, which is true. And Satan, which is true. But Satan, people think these are actual people. Satan is just an adversary, good and evil. It got to be a duality. All of it is just duality. But I digress. You can go ahead, brother. I'm piggyback off y'all. Y'all there?
Let me give a shout out to the. Can y'all hear me? My mic unmuted for y'all. Let me give a shout out to the sister Purple Haze. Purple Haze, much love. She said, "You are amazing." Tried to listen in on my phone. I lost my signal. Do we still have a? Okay, my bad. Let me let Sacred No Ledge on. To everybody on the panel, stand by for 1 second. Hold on. No cults, yo questioning.
But go ahead, Project.
Also with the monad, you can also tie it into the Sephiroth tree.
Even in your
Okay.
God, just making sure everything was cool when I turned the flow over. Yeah, so we good. Stream's good. Yeah, shout out to that sister. Let me click on some of these raised hands. If y'all speaking, keep your hands raised if you want to keep the mic. If not, then when you done, just put your hands down and let me know you don't want the mic no more. But shout out to Yashini, RG the artist, and who else? Sifu, I see y'all. Yeah, raise y'all hands whenever y'all want the mic. Gotcha.
I was trying to respond to the brother, but I was I know your new setup, which I like
my
too.
bad,
But
my bad.
it's all good. But I just couldn't interject when he was talking too. But you're right, my brother. The Sephiroth tree, all of it. You know, this is looking from a top-down view too, because it's going to spiral out, just like. And then the cross would be the staff that Moses raises too. You know what I'm saying? But it all goes back out to the circumference. It's the one eye. It's all the same shit. Ooh, bro, that was there we go. You know, you see the whole thing, man. The whole thing is the same shit, you know. But I just wanted you to know that's the symbol in alchemy of the sun, you know. But that's from their teaching that all life came from here. You know, the monad.
You know what I had to realize? You know what I had, and I'm shout out to you, Sacred No Ledge. Go ahead, Sacred No Ledge. Go ahead, man.
Just real quick, I would say what's crazy is they tell you right there when it's a crucifixion. Why is it a crucifixion? Like they tell you so much. Or Jesus, suspicion, suspect. Not to say that it's all fake, because I do believe he was a yogic master. He was one of many lineage yogic masters. He's probably one that got killed by the government like that. And it was all
Many
real.
of them did. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. And then they took the story that happened to many of them and made it into one thing, and then they put their shit behind it. So that's
I
probably what's going on.
yeah. I think that the word like crucifix, the word fits is crazy because the cross is in the middle of the universe and it's fixed. Polaris is fixed. It's a fixed star. So it is like they taking the whole astrotheology part. It still is in the word crucifix, but it was never talking about the sun on the cross. It was talking about the sun on the cross at the 33rd, at the end of the
Oh, that's
winter
right.
solstice and all that, in the 33rd vertebrae. Yeah. But see, one thing I realized with all this deep decoded knowledge, it make me feel like when you was watching the Matrix movie and Neo and them knew the truth behind the fake ass literal interpretation belief system, right? Because think about this for a minute, y'all. Let me do something real quick. If y'all don't mind, y'all let me do a little something real quick. This is important, man. Hold on. I'm finna bless the show with something real quick. Jesus on the cross, right? I'm finna give you a visual. I want you to think of this. Jesus on the cross, right? This is Neo on the tree. And the whole thing is Ishtar is a form of the serpent. And the Ishtar that you see down there with his crown of thorns on, with his arms open like Christ, he was a personification of your God body. And all the eggs that's attached to your God body is all your different alternative versions that exist in the multiverse. You with me, Awakening Minds?
Oh yeah, my brother, I'm with you.
Because the reason I got the Christmas tree up there is to show that when you walk up on a Christmas tree, you reflect multiple images of yourself in each ornament. And that's like we're in a mirror house and you got all of these versions of yourself all around. That's how the parallel universe is created, from the central self in the middle of the mirror house being reflected outward on all of that's why they say you're a fallen angel, but you one of many, because every reflected version of you on each of the ornaments is a fallen angel. It's a fallen version of you that exists in its own ornament. So when you making a Christmas tree, you don't know that they showing you what the Yggdrasil tree is. The word Yggdrasil, YGG, is the word egg or egg, and that's why the eggs are there. People want to know what Jesus got to do with eggs. The eggs ain't hatching baby rabbits. They turned it into rabbits. What the hell, rabbits? The cracking the egg was the Pokemon concept of the human soul leaving the simulation, like the Pokemon or the genie leaving the lamp. They're hiding the fact that we're in the matrix, in the simulation. We ain't born in the sin. We born into a synthetic reality that don't want you to know. And guess what? How does it hide the fact that the world around you is fake and you are an immortal God born into a false reality? With religion. Now, think about the Matrix movie. Neo had to go outside of his religious system to unlock his power, because everybody in the Matrix go to church. They go to a temple and a mosque, and at church, they tell you, oh, you got to pray. This is a physical earth floating around in space. And if you want to get off it, you got to submit to the papacy, and they'll, and their God will make you immortal in the heaven. That's slavery. Servitude. Now watch this, right? The truth is that immortality is something we already got, and they don't want you to know you in a simulation, because in the Matrix movie, everybody would be like Neo, and guess what they would be able to do? See beyond the physical realm, see beyond the veil. How do they do that? With astral projection. How did Neo get in and out the Matrix? They give you a telephone booth. But that same telephone booth is like what they gave Superman. That's the North Pole. That's accessing the central nervous system, which is the Moses staff, the Mercury caduceus. This what gives you wings. This is the portal that's opened up inside of us that Jesus talked about. The kingdom of heaven is within. And y'all think that I'm just sitting up here bro. It's crazy how folks is following the false shit and think I'm leading them astray when I can show you right here. The papacy told you about a dove landing on a cross, right? Look at this goddess right here. People was talking about the dove landing on the great mother before the church. I keep showing these folks they got a young version that's misinterpreting the knowledge of the old world, and they want to keep this new paper version and go to hell. Because you know why? Fear. Fear is why plenty of people gonna, just like Paul, when he's saying walk the water. People rather believe in Jesus and hold Jesus' hand, but they never be able to walk on water like Christ. Christ was telling people, you can walk on water too, just like me. But guess what? Before Christ was teaching that, the goddess was teaching that. Here she go. Oh yeah, I can show you Krishna too. Walking on the water. And they was teaching everybody this is something everyone can do. And even Christ said, ye are gods. Meaning you can do what I'm doing. The reason you ain't doing it, Paul, because you don't believe. Believe in what? Your goddamn self. Christ didn't tell Paul, you fell in that water because you didn't believe in me, Paul. Christ simply said you don't believe. But what believe what? That ye are gods. That ye can do what I'm doing. That's what Christ was. That's what Krishna's saying. Many people ain't gonna be able to walk on the waters above and access the realm above the earth, which is what we see the gods doing right here when they walk in the waters above, because they don't believe they're gods. You're telling yourself you're a servant to a god, but the God you serving is a graven image created by the papacy, and you're programming your own reincarnation. They servants come back to keep serving them and keep serving them till you wake up and quit calling yourself that. That's a spell. You got to break it and reclaim your immortality. Because check this out. Our ancestors knew that the matrix was real. The matrix is real. The matrix is just a pre-written out simulation. And the Bible say in the beginning it was written. See, I'm not believing the Bible literally. I'm deciphering it and showing you how there's science behind the Bible, because we got experiments that prove we're in a simulation. And the Bible aligns with science. But they don't want you to know that. That's what the papacy come and make you just a believer and say, well, I can't prove nothing the Bible saying with science, so either you believe it or you don't. And if you don't, you go to hell, and if you do, you go to heaven. Now look at what most of the world chose, because no one want to do the research and prove all things. And at that point, it's either, man, should I believe them or not? Well, if I don't, I might go to hell if they right. Now you're a gambler. And when you know something, you ain't got to gamble. See, like I said, when you walking in the dark blindfolded, every step is a gamble. But when you got your light on, you ain't believing with no faith. But this image right here is what I wanted to break down real quick, you know. And one more thing about this monad symbol, because I wanted to revisit some of the shit dude was saying. But the word monad, right, if you rearrange it, it becomes the word daemon or demon, or you can look at that as diamond, because guess what? The middle part of this circle is taking all the pressure. All the energy is flowing from the outside inside. So whatever at the middle, it's got all of these ley lines crashing into it. But it ain't hurting it though. When they say Jesus is being pierced in the sides, it's literally, it's connecting to all of its other versions in the multiverse. So if you want to take lines and draw them all from this central point all the way around and make like an eyeball, like let's turn this to this real quick. Hold on. Let's just do this because we need the magnetic ley lines. There they go. Just like the AE map. Each of those lines coming from the center is an angle or angel, a fallen angel. And guess what? When all of the fallen angels connect back to the central self, they will all be in synchronicity with each other. You will be a hive mind of yourself, meaning a multi-dimensional being. So this symbol, like, it turns into the black sun symbol that I'll show you real quick, which is this, because that central point growing branches from it, like a germ in a petri dish. Watch this. You're your own little petri dish of spiritual shit, though, like where you drop a serum in the middle of this dish and the germ will expand outward, you know what I'm saying, and start building tentacles and shit. Let me see if I can find a good example. See, I'll put in central point. But yeah, I told y'all, man, this is what we doing tonight. Get the likes and shares up for me. But yeah, this is what it is. Like, all of us is, and they show you this in that movie, like Demolition Man, where they all in their little cryo, what is it called, cryogenic jar. Like the consciousness, the brain being nothing but fluid, and the middle part of it being this little spot in the middle. That's where something is introduced into the midst, and it's not like the medium. So it's like saying when the soul falls into this realm, it's the center of the universe. It seats itself in the brain, and it is nothing like the brain. It's a different form of matter, but it's connected with the brain. Like, I know I'm over explaining some shit I already explained, but if I don't do this, then hey, I tell you what, we'll go to some hands right now. We'll do that throughout the show. We'll play volleyball, but we can see how this became the devil, because when we say Jesus is the devil, here go a symbol of it. Like Jesus with horns on. Like, this is like a stick figure of Satan, but we don't see it like this. And this same symbol right here is not even exclusive to the Christians, because watch this. Here go the Dogon Kanunga right here. This evolved to this. This little symbol here evolved to this. So this here is this here. More simplified form. Anybody can cut in at any time. Y'all take over at any time. Yeah.
Actually, I hate to just cut in before anyone like that. Really, I'm working, but I got to touch on this because this is the Philosopher's Stone symbol. This would be Mercury. You see the moon, the sun in the middle. Then you have the North Pole. This is literally the Philosopher's Stone symbol. And the next symbol they got from this was the woman symbol, or Venus. This is all shit you can look up. You know what I mean? This is literally the Philosopher's Stone. But I like how you tied monad into daemon, because we tied it into atomai. Just like you've been telling people, Jesus is also the serpent. So I like how you tied the monad into daemon, domain. And it's also atomai. But if you look to the Mercury symbol or the Philosopher's Stone symbol, damn, the one in Mercury, though. I mean, the one in alchemy. This is the same thing, though, but this is on a geometrical aspect of it. But, I got shit that I could show you that it is, but just go ahead. You can find it in alchemy. Just if you can put the Philosopher's Stone in alchemy. Damn, it's not pulling it up.
What? Yeah, describe it out. It'll come to mind.
There you go. Keep going down. It's merging. Go back up real quick. Scroll back up. You can just scroll back up a little bit. You see it when they tie all three symbols together? I don't want to get into the circle, square, and triangle, X, Y, Z as well. But This is literally the Philosopher's Stone. This is the oldest depiction, and it got changed to Venus, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Then it changed to the women's symbol, the woman symbol, you know. But I'll send something in real quick. I'm still here, but I hope the
Okay.
brother project saw how you tied the tree in as well, because you brought up the Sephiroth tree, you know, and you broke that down beautifully.
And the
But
word
damn, I'm
Sefer is related to the word seven, and
Sephir.
Venus is actually the word seven. Y'all cooking.
Hmm. Hmm. I'm fixing something right now, but I'm gonna come back and show you the symbol real quick, just to show people, you know.
And they said seven is the number of God.
Hmm.
And it's almost like our nerve, the word nerves is like seven, but it's just got a R. But seven do take a form, and it's called sever, because
Yeah,
everything, yeah, you know, because our days of the week is split up in 7 day weeks. So seven is severing the year, if you will.
uh-huh. Hell yeah, bro. And guess what? That's why they say you gotta serve God. And you know the word
Mm-hmm.
serve is verse. That's why the Bible is written
Ooh,
in verses. You know what I'm saying? Literally.
man.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Oh
crazy
yeah.
that the word serve is seven, and
It's
serve mean to bow your knees and make a seven.
yes, bro. And it's verse as well. VRSE, verse. Like the verses in the Bible, you know, which also mean this is verses. You can flip it so many ways. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
I want to show that alchemic symbol, but I'm fixing something right now. So I'm gonna just mute back, but please don't mute me when I raise my hand.
Now, guess what? Yeah, yeah, I got you. Everybody with their hands raised, you can unmute, and salutes to everybody on the call, man. Like, this is a deep decoding, because uh it's taking
See
away
that
the
what
spookism. Yeah, go ahead.
that and see that what I mean about the mystery when the sever, then the seven, then the serve, and this is the reason why we deal with mystery, because our lack of discipline. That's why we sever from being that's why we sever from being true gods, because we eat meat. We don't even eat originally
Well,
what
not
the creator.
everybody does, but
Right.
I feel you.
But right, because that's the tongue. So that's one thing of many things, because we deal with the eyes, we deal with the mindset. So, and that's what I mean about, that's the reason why mystery is necessary. And the thing is, it's not that they holding us back. It's yourself that's holding you back from reaching godhood. So when we talk about like oracles, when we talking about seeing the future, those are abilities. Oracle is the ability, them abilities has to do with the mouth and the mind. So you got to think about your the abilities of your feet, the abilities of your hands. Like it like supernatural is a real thing. Just like when you got natural and you put super in front of natural, it's the same way with your foods. The only foods that are known to be super are fruits and vegetables. Those the only foods that are
Well,
categorized as
you know
superfood.
what's crazy? When we say natural versus supernatural, we're just playing a game. It's really saying real versus fake. And just hear me out for a minute, right? We ain't born in a natural world. Most of the foods ain't natural, but they don't call them fake. They call them natural. They call the whole world around us natural, but it's fake. So when we interact with the real shit, they just put super on natural, when really it ain't supernatural and natural. It's just real and fake. Because look, all of the super fruits are the original fruits that ain't tampered with the most. They the most natural, right? And then all of the what they saying, well, natural shit is seedless. This is a well, how that's natural if it's seedless? So they don't want to say, well, you got fake shit and real shit. They just say, well, you got natural shit and supernatural shit. So I'm feeling you, but I just thought about that when you said that. It's a lot of truth to what you saying, brother. Like that's facts, though.
See, this where I'm gonna go left. This where we disagree, because and that's how I look at it. When a person say that dragons are not real or they're not literal, that's, I look at that as fake, because when you talking about down here, we living right now. Sanchez, and he on the West Coast. Key North, he at where he at right now. And you got to understand, in this realm that we exist in, we got shit like worms. We got shit like bees. We got shit like lions. We got shit like,
Worms again.
yeah, like we got beetles and dragonflies. So when you look at our ancestors, they symbolize, they got symbols with the beetle and the dragonflies. And so this is what I mean about reaching godhood, because I can't tell you the reason why all these things were made. You know, a average person
That
will
ain't.
say,
Let me say one thing. Reaching godhood mean you would have the ability to tell people the mysteries behind creation. If you're a student,
right,
it's okay to say, well, you know, I'm seeking enlightenment, and then that requires humility, if you ask me.
right. And that's what I mean, that when we say that ye are gods, we only saying it. We ain't believing it. It's
Well,
just like
I
when I
don't think
said,
when you can, you gotta be, yeah, I gotta keep correcting you, because you can't tell a person about their level of godhood. You know what I'm saying? Now you can ask them, like, prove themselves worthy, but you gotta speak for yourself, because when you talk about ye are gods, it's basically saying ye are knowledgeable. It's different levels to godhood or awakening. And people
right,
who ain't awoke or trying to wake up will just say, man, it's gonna be mysteries, and that's what make us a god, the fact that we don't know, when the literal title of God is all knowing. But people will tell you it's impossible to know everything. But the Bible didn't say prove some things, it said prove all things. And you would have to look at the Bible and say, well, Bible, it's impossible to prove all this shit. Well, the Bible didn't think so. It told you to do just that. And I'm going to hold y'all to what the Bible say, whether the synagogue of Satan want to do what's right or not. Because they think they following the Bible, but they saying it's too hard, just like the barbarians. It's too hard to follow the law. It's too hard to prove shit. It's too hard to not believe and to think for yourself and figure shit out and common sense, investigate, critical thinking. That's why the world going astray.
right.
And
And
that's what, that's what,
that
can
what
I
I
say
was
something
saying.
real quick? That's what I was gonna say
But you
earlier. That
gotta let him land, though, sacred. My bad. I did interject. And then you got
okay,
it up.
my bad. Go
I
ahead.
I was just saying, when that what I was saying when we say, God dang, we are gods, because it's almost the same thing when you tell, just so you can, God dang, hit her from the back, you'll tell her you love her. So it's the same saying that actions speak louder than words, and that's how the universe responds. The universe responds towards your actions. So when you saying that ye are gods, uh you got to follow that up with your actions, and that's going to, like you said, that's going to prove that you
Well,
worthy of a
well,
god.
here's the thing, right? You're a human, whether and there's nothing your actions gotta do to make you worthy of being a human. You just a human. Now, the word God just mean that you're also a soul, which is an infinite being. You ain't gotta do nothing to be that. You just a God. You're just an immortal being. I don't care if you like it or dislike it. You're an immortal being. You see how that works? It's like you can't do nothing about that. You don't gotta ask for permission for this or do nothing. But you just an immortal being, whether you like it or not. That's just something we are. The concept of having to ask to be immortal, having to pray every day so a nigga can drop me a box of immortality out the sky and I can open up and say, ooh, my immortality came to get today, like a package from Amazon, put it on, I'm immortal now. No, you just are immortal anyway. No one can give you your immortality. No one can take it. You ain't got to drop down on your knees for it. You gonna live on whether you like it or not. Now, what state you live on in is totally up to you, whether you live in a good state or good state based on the law of karma and the choices you make. But whether you like it or not, you can't cease to exist. So a nigga talking, when we go to talking about immortality, it's like saying, well, you got to prove yourself worthy to breathe. I don't care if you the worst filthy scumbag on earth, you breathing. You gonna do that anyway. So this is how the ancestors looked at immortality, as something that's innate within them. You do nothing for it. You're just an immortal being.
No, that ain't what I'm talking about. Cause that was an example. It was the example that was led for us wasn't about immortality. It was about living a more abundant life.
It
That's
was
what the
about
word.
immortality, though. You lying.
No,
You
because
lying.
listen,
Yeah. When
because
you
like you
mean
said,
abundant life, I'm gonna show you how you lying. All the people that was teaching what I'm teaching was saying, give up all your shit. Quit being materialistic. The Buddhas and all them, like Jesus, they didn't own a lot of shit. They weren't seeking no abundance. That come from new prosperity pimps that's fooling y'all. So with all that shit talking about, they weren't seeking immortality. They was trying to store up riches in a fucking place that they said is a simulation. Are you kidding me? You telling me my ancestors was like the dude in the Matrix eating a steak? Let me show y'all who he said my ancestors is like. He said my ancestors was thinking abundance in a place that they called a fake ass illusion. He said your ancestors were trying to store up abundance material shit in a place that they said we need to get out of with spiritual enlightenment. I'm confused. Anyone else? You got to explain this to me, bro.
check it out. You gotta let me land my plane.
Oh, my
It's
bad. Go ahead. Yeah.
crazy. It's crazy that when I say abundance, you thinking I'm talking about materialistic, and I'm not. I said abundance life. So when we look at the example of what's left behind, abundant life is me healing the sick. Abundant life is me walking on water. That's abundant life. I'm not talking about materialistic things. Like the ancients, our ancestors already knew they was immortal. The reason why, because we supposed to get an upgrade in life. That's the reason why you know what I'm saying, the example he led by is an upgrade in life, not to clarify if we immortal or not. The ancestors already knew
Bro,
that we was
this what
immortal.
you gotta realize you just did though, because I don't know if you know it. The first thing you said was they were not seeking immortality. They were seeking earthly abundance. You know you said that?
No, because when you talking about when I mentioned healing the sick and walking on water, that's not earthly abundance. That's on the
I'm just
spiritual
telling
level.
you what you had said. That
No, I
made
ain't
me
say that
pull
though.
this image up. Lola, I was talking about immortality. You said they weren't seeking immortality; they were seeking abundance. So if they're not seeking immortality, they're seeking abundance. Then you're telling me they're seeking some within the physical realm, not looking to get out of it, which is immortality. I'm saying you wrong. They was interested in transcending the physical realm, not seeking abundance within it. You can't say they were seeking immortality, then try to make the abundance word fit to some spiritual, because that's what I'm saying by saying they were seeking immortality, which is personal development, good deeds. We don't take none of this shit on earth with us. What we gain is access to the higher realm with our self-work. That's what I'm saying.
Right. So live what I'm saying, because we talking about what's the best word I can use? We talking about layering or like stacking. So I don't look at, like, when you look at, when let's say we look at
Oh, hold on. I'm
Enoch.
so sorry, my brother. I promise you I ain't trying to cut you off, bro. I'm gonna let you cook. Let me give a big shout out to Shine to God. Said tuition fees, and a shout out to Von Hall. I apologize, y'all, for missing the donation. Shout out to you, Von Hall. He said you on fire as usual. Love you, and I love y'all too, man. Love y'all back.
Hey, also,
My
bro.
apologies, Awakening. Take your excuse me, Global.
Nah,
y'all take y'all time. Yeah.
Y'all good? No, I just wanted to remind the people that you got your debate tomorrow. You know, we want to come
Oh well,
over and
no,
show
we
support
pushed
and
it.
love to you. You know what I mean?
We pushed it back, so it's gonna be on the 5th of March now.
Okay, because I was gonna tell you
So
drop the link for me, but okay,
yeah,
say no more,
because
bro. Y'all go ahead.
so if you got a ticket, you ain't missed nothing, but you just hold on to it, and you just now gotta wait 5 more days. That's all. You know what I'm saying? So appreciate
Okay,
y'all
say no
for
more.
that. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat room right now. I'm gonna spam it. We putting it out there. You can open it, put it in the tab, procrastinate, leave it open, and there go the link. You can run it back, there go do it, or you can get it now. So appreciate y'all. But you know what? I will say this. The title to this debate automatically sets Unc up for an L if y'all see what I see. Who see it before I call it out? Science don't say we monkeys, it say we chimpanzees. I can play with them with that and just win it right off the back. It don't even say monkey, it say chimpanzee.
I brought that up.
Who brought that up? You brought that up? Yeah,
I
appreciate
did.
you.
When
Appreciate
the
you. I'm gonna
title,
drop
and I
a
just
bomb.
told you.
Yeah. I knew
but
that
I also
came.
said,
Yeah.
I know you know that though, so you know, because they be going trying to say,
I
oh, well,
know
the
that,
title
but here's
sound
the
this.
thing. Here's why I'm glad you brought it up. I know that, but I didn't think they used that as ammo and exploit that with the title. I just kind of just looked at the title. Okay, are we monkeys? Yeah.
This was about 2 weeks ago though, but like I said, man, I know you. That's why I said just look at the title, bro. I was telling you that, you know what I mean?
You
but
gave me a dagger with that one. I'm gonna use it too.
Hell yeah, bro. Because you know his ass. But anyways, go ahead though. Go ahead.
No, we could talk if you want to talk about this. And another thing too about everything we saying with the simulation. Don't you know that the reason Unc believe we come from monkeys is due to, like, if we was in the Matrix, the shit. Listen to me for a second, y'all. If we are in a simulation in the Matrix, don't you know it would be people like Unc and others that gotta push evolution and shit? Because the agents in the Matrix want to keep everybody blind. Let me pull this shit up right here so y'all can see what I'm saying. People walking around the Matrix and don't know they in the simulation. Why? Because the agents told everybody the earth ain't a simulation. It's a real physical rock with water floating around in a space that come out of nowhere, and you ain't in a simulation. And the only way out is to pray to the AI god Yahweh, whose name El Elyon, which is alien. And the aliens didn't come from space. They've been on earth before humans, and the Bible told you that. Satan was in the earth before man. Satan is a hive mind. That's why you get legion. He told you we are many. See, the whole concept of the Matrix movie, it ain't new. Ancient people was talking about this, and they just turned it into a new movie called The Matrix. The concept of being in a pre-written simulation with the script already written out, and people got to wake up from their worldly false persona, which is given to them by the agents. That's the false version of you. That's Neo real name. I forgot it because what you got to realize, somebody please tell me Neo real name in the Matrix.
Canoe Reeves, I believe.
No, not
Mr. Anderson.
his
Talking about the
Matrix.
movie?
His Matrix name, yeah.
Mr. Anderson?
Yeah.
Mr. Anderson. Now listen, let me break some down to y'all. Why do the agents keep referring to Neo as Mr. Anderson? Let me break that down to y'all. They don't want to call him Neo because that's the name of his God body. That's the name of his waking soul, right? So that'll be like a motherfucker coming up to you. You know, when you change who you are and redefine yourself and become a better version, and somebody come up to you and be like, for example, with me, they'll come up to me and be like, "What up, Cheddar Chaz?" And I'm like, "Bro, I'm not Cheddar Chaz no more. That's an outdated version of me. I'm Bro Sanchez now, and I teach positive shit." But they'll try. That's like the people in these agents in the Matrix will try to invoke that version of you that the world created, who you was trying to live up to be. You was trying to be a version of yourself the world expected you to be. And the moment you don't become that version, you lose friends, family members, or everything. Everybody think you tripping. Just like Neo in the Matrix. You're not predictable. You're thinking different. You talking about simulations and you saying the serpent ain't bad because everybody in the Matrix believe in Jesus, the devil, the boogie, and the papacy, right? The Zionists are the agents in the Matrix with their black suits on and pilgrim hats, keeping everybody not knowing we're in a simulation. And I'm showing you how they doing it. When they say we ain't when the agents are keeping these people asleep by saying Earth was just created by nothing and it's just hurling through nothingness and we trying to figure it all out. But guess what Neo know? Earth is not a blue rock flown through space. It's a computer program. Our scientists did the double slit experiment. We can prove we in a simulation. We can prove reality happens before it play out in our so-called physical realm, and that everything we doing is like an echo effect. How many of y'all know that? How many of y'all know that? Right? In the chat room.
Yeah, right, bro.
Yep.
So
yes, sir.
And even Neo started to realize that too, though, bro. You know, he was like, "Oh shit, I already know how to do this." You know, remember when he was blocking the bullets? He was not even like trying now. He was like, "Oh, I know it's coming this way." I'm sitting here doing the moves he was doing in the movie. You know, he knew that shit. You know.
Yeah. He's sick, Mr. Anderson, though. Like, that's important, though, because I'm telling you, like, that's the blasphemous name of God. That's like your name written in all caps.
Mm-hmm.
That's the straw man that they calling. They ain't gonna say, "Hey, Neo," because it's power in that name. That's like when they say demons gotta flee when you call on the name of God, the true name of God. That's what I'm saying. Like, think about this, right? Nobody gonna mention the name Bro Sanchez on the news, nowhere. Now, this ain't ego. I'm just telling you. Now, if my old me, which was Cheddar Chaz, whatever your old dope boy name, that can blow up, right? Let's say a nigga recreate himself, like kind of like what Kanye was trying to do and say, "Well, I'm Jesus, I'm God." Like Kanye became rebellious and no, I'm not like caping for Kanye, but part of me be like, sometimes I'd be kind of feeling like Kanye is kind of, there's a soul there that want to be liberated on some Tupac shit, right? But on entertain it. My whole thing, bro? Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you got it.
I was gonna say, because in the movie, when the program woke him up, the computer, like when the movie started, it didn't say "Wake up, Mr. Anderson." It said "Wake up, Neo." You know, and he was never calling himself that. He didn't even understand that. And that's when
he fucking woke up when he, damn.
Yes, bro.
That's crazy.
It's tough, bro, that you broke that down.
That's crazy. Yeah, they're like
You know,
all these celebrities will make a God version of their name. Like you said, when somebody said when Jay-Z become Jehovah, to me, this is what I think. I think at some point, and I know somebody finna get the mic because I was just interacting with the chat. Somebody say y'all bugging, and I was trying to respond to them. But you know what? Let's let my guest speak first. I'll entertain a troll later. Y'all can go ahead.
Smith, the reason they call him Smith is because of that verse in the Bible, how it talks about how he got or blacksmith was black magic, and he's got his demons or whatever, his black magicians that afflict the righteous, and that he controls them too. It says that. It says God controls the black magicians or the blacksmiths, and you got power over them if you do it right. Whatever. It's, you got to follow the rules.
I see what you say, Zachary, and I don't always. It's called smithing. Bro can even put that in etymology, smithing.
Yeah, I just did. As soon as he said it, I was
saying
there.
That was good shit, Zachary. But
yes, shout out to Saker for that drop, man. It's just like the whole act of molding, man, and just that's what somebody said. They ain't trying to hold you back. You holding you back. The truth is, the agents in the matrix are there to hold you back, but it ain't bad. The devil is there to be your adversary, but that's a good thing. It's like this right here. They holding you back, but it's like me holding a rock back in a slingshot so I can let it go and it can fly. You know what I'm saying? So they holding you back for your good. It's almost like, and that's like they burying you in the ground, but you're a seed. So they helping you out. You're going to become a tree type shit. So that's the devil. Like the devil is the adversary, but his job is to make you activate your own inner light. That's all the serpent was before they corrupted it, y'all. That's all Jesus doing. Trying to make you see the kingdom of heaven within, which is heaven is the realm of light, y'all. The papacy thought it was in the sky because they didn't understand the concept of as above, so below. That the kingdom is within you. That's why they killed Jesus. The people who killed Jesus, they didn't understand the idea that we have infinite souls within us. The people who we call the church, the Roman Catholic Church, they was teaching that humans aren't immortal and that we can't prove the existence of any afterlife or that we got a soul. Guess what? Science teaching that today right now, that we can't prove the afterlife and we don't even know if there's life after death or if you got a soul. Science teach that now. Bro, that is the Roman Empire still living today, denying our immortality and the existence of a hereafter. We can prove the hereafter with the law of duality and the law of polarity. How can we do that? If there's a up, there gotta be a down, right?
Yep.
There got to be a hereafter. Why? Because there was a here before. Now, what was the here before? You was a sperm cell. What was the sperm cell? A little serpent. And just like you was a little serpent before, you're going to turn into a little serpent afterward. That's just a sine wave. The sperm cell is the sine wave manifesting into what we call the visible physical spectrum. But before we was able to see it as a sperm, it existed invisibly, infinitely, as just a sine wave. And what you seeing as a sperm is the continuation of the trajectory of a sine wave. And this, so that lets you know when you become a sperm, you was already some before a sperm that we couldn't see. And that was a ball of light that they call conception. That was traveling before it transformed into the sperm. It was this sine wave version of itself. That's all the sperm is, the physical representation of this sine wave, this wave of energy that you call DNA. But let's go.
You know, bro, even the damn sine wave, it shows you as above, so below. You can pull up the sine wave. It should literally show you as above, so below.
The highs and
Electrical,
lows. Yeah, I got you.
literally,
I'm finna
you know.
go to it.
hmm
As above, so below.
So below,
As
yes, sir.
within, so without. You can use this one. Hold on, let me see.
hmm
Right
Either
here.
one, because this going back to this, yeah, right there. You know, this how you can get sine wave and cosine. You know, even to have the sine wave can't even exist without cosine or making a point. You literally have to have the sine and the cosine to get tangent. You know, this is trigonometry. Even this symbol right here, the sine wave, is literally a circle. You know what I mean? You know how the brother brought up the monad? Just from where the sine wave is starting, that's the point. You know, that's the x-axis. You know, you are here, you know, but the sine wave in itself is literally making a circle, a
If you
circuit.
look at it from the front on view, because what
hmm
we saying is a two-dimensional side view, but and when we say it's making a circle, it's actually making like concentric circles. It's
Yes,
basically a ripple effect cut in half. I'll pull that up real quick. If you
you
take
know,
this ripple effect right here and you cut it in half and look at it from a side two-dimensional view, that's how you get the sine wave. But if you really want to know, the sine wave don't look like this. Like if we was hovering right here where the word wave at, looking
yeah.
down at this, we would see the ripple effect right here. But yeah, that's I know we on the same page, but that's important to know in this serpent conversation here.
Real talk, bro. This is how you propagate light as well. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of this stuff that you be teaching and telling people, like it goes into light and sound as well. You know, it's the same mechanics, it's the same geometry to it. You know, you're not just teaching for the present, you know, and I know you know present is serpent, but a lot of this shit goes into teaching our people and our younger ones how to propagate light, you know, how to make technology to benefit mankind. You know, sound and light heals the body, you know. So when you were showing JJ, and I'm glad you checked them, you know, you bro, you went ham for about 30 minutes. Like that shit, like I said, is definitely clip worthy for you. You know what I'm saying, my nigga? Because you was going in, you explained that shit perfectly. And I don't understand how they can't see it yet, but to each his own. But you had a scripture up of literally saying the same thing when you were saying that God the serpent intervened in the garden. And yeah, right here, bro. Like knowing good and evil is also still saying the same thing. You know, as above, so below. It's showing the sine wave. It's the same shit. You know.
Damn,
But,
hey, you know what? Hold up a second. Because like I hear what you saying, like knowing good and evil with the sine wave, because it's like evil is the low part of the wave, good would be the high part, and that's all this is. You know what I'm
and you
saying? So
can't separate it.
yeah,
Hell yeah,
that's why
bro.
the serpent teaching this. Yeah, I got you.
Exactly. You know, and like the Bible says, in the beginning was the word. But yeah, when creation was started, it was the serpent that was in the garden with odd and even.
Yeah.
You know, Adam and Eve. That's odd and even, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Odd and even. Been
Mm-hmm.
telling them
Odd
that for years, man. That's
facts,
why the
bro.
serpent is the middle of the integers, and it's like negative, positive. But see, within odd and even, again, that will play out the negative and positive too. So within numbers, just say when we travel the positive side, what that tells us is this. Let me go here, so I don't confuse people, because you got odd and even numbers in both integers. But what this telling us is that the feminine is in the masculine and the masculine
Yes.
is in the feminine, because the black dot is in the white yin yang and the white dot is in the black yin yang. So
Facts, bro.
yeah,
And you know it's crazy because you were trying to tell them like, yo, this knowledge ain't new to the Roman Empire or to the Greeks. We can depict this in Ma'at as well. You can depict this from the Dogons introducing the cosmic egg, you know? So even when the brother brought up the monad, we could bring that to the cosmic egg, you know, what the Dogon preach or Amma. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Hell
But
yeah.
hell yeah,
And
it's the
that's
same.
the whole thing. Jesus breaking the bread, creating the negative side and the positive side, and
Hmm.
then and that's just, and the serpent is the zero right there.
Yes.
And then this the last supper table with Jesus being the zero, breaking the bread, passing it to each side, shit like
And you
that.
know, this knowledge, this is the ruler too, you know, bro. And so if we don't understand this, why integers even integers, you know, but if we don't understand it, you're gonna have rulers that's ruling you. You know what I'm saying? But this is where all math came from, all technology literally came from this shit. That's why
Mhm.
Moses started nations. You know what I'm saying? To understand this knowledge is set mankind free.
That's facts.
Oh yeah. That's why
And the whole
Jesus, go ahead.
No, you got it. You got it.
No, I was just gonna say this is why this symbol in the middle even represents Jesus. It's the serpent. That's also the monad. You know, they call it the black sun now. They try to scare you with it. If you go back one more, just go back one more.
Yeah.
This, yeah, you know, they call this the black sun, bro. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
they'll have it in Sheol, beneath the earth, projecting left and right again, the sun and the moon, you
Mm-hmm.
know that depict that map I'm talking about, you know. But this is also the monad, splitting it. This is the what you call it, the Knights of the Round Table. This is what you just said about Jesus sitting at the table. You know what I'm saying? It's the zodiac
Mm-hmm.
wheel. It's all the same shit. It's the unit circle. But go ahead, touch on it, bro.
No, that's it. That's it. And
Hmm.
then is you know, you just hit it though. It's this right here, because I keep telling folks, like, our central nervous system is span out to the universe. When people say my pineal gland open, that means when you open up the light within you, your crown chakra, there's a cup above your head, right? Just like this tornado. It'll expand up and connect with all the seven wandering stars. And that's when we become multidimensional. They look like this, you know. That's like the Statue of Liberty. But this represent the black part is the, let me go back here. That light right there. See, each one of your neural highways, they say it's like a part of you. Maybe it's your football ability. That line right there is your artistic nature. Each one of these neural highways lead to a trait and ability within you. But see what this teaches us, we're not learning to be who we are, right? Outside of our social false construct that come from the matrix. The real us is already connected to something outside of us that's programming who we are. They did experiments on babies, right? And they found out babies already come here with their own personality and pretty much gonna be who they be already. Now, just let that sink in. It may seem simple, but a lot of scientists been saying our personalities are developed through childhood. That's a big pushback, right? So they saying, you know, like Jay-Z said, you are who you are before you got here. I'm like, damn, Jay-Z was saying that. He been studying this shit, huh? And what that's
Right.
saying is that you are a culmination of all the other versions of you that exist in the parallel realities. It's 7 of them, and you're a 7-headed dragon. And let's say you just got a knack for arts and crafts. You didn't learn that. You tapped into a parallel reality where you already an arts and crafts expert in that realm. That's why they said it's a gift. Like, some people just know some shit since a child. Like, they didn't have to learn it like you. It's because they learned it in a parallel reality, and all of these realities are connected, and the neural highways lead to different versions of us with different traits in other worlds. So enhancing the central nervous system is the key to creating a superhuman or a god, a being that damn it, reverse aging with this too. Because it raises the body to such an electrical state that no
Mhm.
illness can be here when you go to connecting and to these universe. This is electric. You're connecting, right?
Facts, bro. That's literally the shape of electricity too. And I put a link in the back chat. I do want you to pull this up for me real quick. You know, because
Okay.
you remember Jay-Z got that album, The Gift and the Curse. You know what I'm saying? So that's
it's the last. Okay, I got you right now.
mm-hmm.
Here you go.
So like when you have pull up the vortex, like throughout, like this is literally mathematics as well. You know, this is the plus symbol, it's the negative symbol, it's the multiplication, it's the division. This is the vortex of life. Like if you go to the next one for me, real quick, just skip through it. You see the little arrow? Yeah. It's also magnetism. It's the Dogon symbol you brought up earlier. This shit is everything you've been talking about, my nigga. It also goes into technology. It goes into our mathematics, and we know math is ma'at. You know, the division. You know, but it's also multiplication.
Yeah.
It's plus. It's man. This is the whole shit, bro. It's the gift and the curse. You know, self and reflection, and I don't even mean reflection like reflection through a mirror. I mean like you being reflection of self. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Hell
You know,
yeah.
so it's the same shit, man. It's all the same. It's all the same shit, my bro. And we just appreciate you, bro.
It's
I appreciate
amazing
everyone.
what you tapping into, awakening minds, and it all leads back to an ancient code that we just tapping back into right here. Know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah,
Because
bro.
and even with what's his name, a Nutsy the Spider, the same thing you got on your Instagram. Follow this brother Instagram, man. So here's the thing about the papacy, right? And the literal interpretation. You see this deep knowledge that you got on your Instagram, bro?
Yes, sir.
They would hide the fact that old world Jamaicans knew all of this by the literal interpretation that they doing with us over here. The papacy went around the world, they literally interpreted everybody God. So I'm gonna give an example. You know where I'm about to go. I'm about to go here real quick, right? Jamaican God, Anansi the Spider. So this God in Jamaica, they want us to think they the ones figured out electromagnetism when the Jamaican people right here, check this out. This is their version of Mama Cali with all the arms. And guess what? They was just trying to symbolize electromagnetism right here. Their little God, the ancient God of Jamaica, is a little symbol to personify this deep knowledge. And they want us to think our ancestors was dumb and they didn't get smart till they came. But after slavery, they made the slaves literally interpret these symbols. So now when you go to Jamaica, people literally praying to a fucking spider god today.
You know, my family Jamaican, my dad's side is American, you know, well, you know, from the United States.
That's
And
facts.
you
You can
spot
speak
on, my
on it
nigga.
and you can
Nah, you
correct me too.
spot on.
See what I'm saying? They did this everywhere around the world, made everyone literally interpret the shit. And that's how we lost the knowledge.
When we had that knowledge of the serpent. And it's so crazy because nowadays they'll have the serpent on the staff as the cure, you know, for the hospital or for medicine. You know what I'm saying? But we not even, people ain't really just thinking like, man, and bro, we gotta give thanks to you, my nigga, you know, and I want you to notice you affecting a lot of people. All of us are, but for you to have the platform to break this shit down so simple and easily, bro, like you gotta pat yourself on the back, man. You know, and I don't just say that lightly, but
and y'all too, man.
knowing
Hell
that,
yeah.
hell yeah, bro. Even bringing up Mama Kali here, you know, it's all this as, and I hope people can see this. You know what I'm saying? And then they just the way they just switch everything over, because you know, even in Egypt, this would be Shu in the middle. You know what I'm saying? You know, and look at Gab at the bottom, bro. You see what I'm saying though? Like it's, but you know, people see this shit, man. The more we know, like I was telling this JJ, like, bruh, I ain't a Gnostic in that sense. I'm a Gnostic of knowing the knowledge that I know. You know what I'm saying? Gnosticism, which is even Genesis. Gnosis is Genesis. You know what I'm saying? Gnosis, Gnosis, is Genesis as well. You know what I'm saying? It's even G Sensei. I see light. You know, I understand this shit.
But
Genesis is.
that's
Go
what I
ahead.
was telling them though. When I was telling them that Gnosis is Genesis, you remember that shit?
Yeah, yeah,
Because
bro.
check this out. That's what I was telling them. Like the book of when I was bringing that up, I remember it because what I was saying was that Genesis ain't the beginning of man's fall. Because when you think about it's the beginning of what gnosis mean, us gotta learn knowledge. The reason it's associated with Genesis and the fall of man is because when our consciousness fell into the body, now we gotta relearn the knowledge. Our soul already know it. We're trying to transcend the physical and spiritual realms, meaning the knowledge of the soul now has to be shifted into the body. And that process is through learning and enlightenment. They built the system to merge the earth with the heaven, which is the infinite knowledge of the all-knowing soul to the body, which goes back to what I was just saying. We ain't learning nothing. We're awakening to stuff the soul already knew. When people ask me, where you learn that from? I'm where I am awakening to a code that's embedded in the fabric of everything because it's fractal based.
Yes.
You know, that's what syncretism is. So that's why I said that Genesis is gnosis. It's because that was man's beginning phase where he needed to learn. We didn't even have to learn before we fell into the body. God already knew everything. You know, that
And
part of
he
us. So yeah.
asked you that. He asked you, where are you getting this knowledge from? Like, come on, bro. Bro is a vet in this shit by now. And I realized he wasn't really listening. Because, bro, real talk, my nigga. That 30 minutes you went in, bro, that shit is clip worthy. I'm just at work. I'd have been clipped that. But that shit is clip worthy, my nigga. Just the passion, the truth, the knowledge, and then you
But
showing the
let me share.
slides, and he
Let me
couldn't even
share
get it.
one more thing though. I remember that day when I was teaching that gnosis is Genesis. I also went into the linguistic syncretism, and I was saying that Genesis is kinesis. Gnosis is got a K there, and kinesis is just non-directional movement. You know, think about if you ask the motion that's coming from the North Pole, what direction is it moving in? All directions and none.
Kinetic.
But I'm just saying, you see, like Genesis is kinesis or kinesis. And if y'all go and look that up, you will see how that sinks in too, because I was going into that whole concept.
You know, bro, the fact that you said that, I've been breaking down the alphabet. And I always tell you that shit is the hexadecimal. That's their God. But the other language, because it's a duality, it's, showing light and sound. But the other shit is called octal. This is where we get telepathy from. You know what I'm saying? Like we didn't have to write and do all of this shit, but I would like to show people that through binary. This is how a computer communicates. We don't have to speak, you know what I'm saying? Like it's certain, I really ain't trying to go there yet, but just this symbol even here, this is the 0 and the 1. And our language comes from binary. You know what I'm saying? It's like you are tied to earth, but I call it octalphabet. The octalphabet. I'll explain that shit more. I know me and you did a stream on it decades ago, 8 years ago, but I'll break that down when me and you finally sit down. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a whole nother language that we used to speak, but not speak it. Like I could show you a symbol and you know it. You know what I'm saying? But I'll break that down. I just like how you brought up kinetic and say the word again. Sometimes I get ahead of
kinesis.
Kinesis,
Yeah, but man, listen, this people don't realize we're tapping back into why they had to delete. Because now I want to shift gears a minute, right? I'm finna take these screen shares off for a second. And I'm finna go into some history of Tartaria and the old world, because this is very important, right? All around the world, guess what people say? Watch this. They say, Sanchez, America is Egypt. How many of y'all familiar with that? People wanted me to touch on that, and I got to do it now because Egypt gave us the serpent knowledge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Egypt is where we get the serpent symbol. Here we go right here, right? But the thing is, let's talk about the history because we got to get this in the video. When people say, well, America is Egypt, they wrong. The fact is, Egypt was part of a network of very advanced kingdoms that had a new world order of unified peace treaty of a bunch of nations together, and they didn't have individual names. Now, check this out. If you can go back to Egypt in antiquity, in the old world, it wasn't even called Egypt. It was called Tartaria. People will say, well, Egypt is America. Yeah, there's a Sphinx in the Grand Canyon. Matter of fact, let's pull it up. Egypt is America, but guess what y'all don't realize? America ain't Egypt. What do you mean, Sanchez? Wasn't no Egypt and America during this time. And you can find geysers even in Antarctica. Look at here. Here go the Sphinx in the Grand Canyon. Now watch this. Here go a geyser in Asia. Look. I'm finna show you a geyser in Asia. Hold on.
I like how you said Jesus is Jesus, you know?
Yeah, you feel me?
Hell yeah.
Now look, here go a geyser in America, just like the Sphinx, and it's one in Antarctica too, and it's one in China, right here. We can pull up. Now check this out. What is this showing us? The pre-Babel system that they deleted. Now, the Bible talk about a pre-Babel earth where everybody was at peace speaking one language, but guess what? History don't record that. Y'all know why? That's Tartaria. Because Tartaria, everyone was on one accord. Egypt was everywhere, but it wasn't called Egypt. Egypt was just one part of a vast worldwide network. Drop a one in the chat room if y'all tracking. Who can dig it on the call? See, they want us to think that Egypt is the birthplace of civilization. Egypt is just one of the compromised empires that was part of our covenant and alignment that turned on the Union, on the Galactic Federation, them and the Greeks. That's why you live in a Greco-Egyptian world today. And that's why in the Greco-Egyptian world, they act like the Greeks and Egyptians are the end-all be-all in history, and that everyone else was dumb and primitive. But the truth is, this Greco-Egyptian power structure is just the Roman Empire that merged with the Egyptians because Moses learned from the Egyptians, and they created the Western world. Wasn't no West and East world. It was just the world. And everybody in the world had the same knowledge. The world and the East world, the West world and East world didn't get created until the rise of the barbaric empires. Now, what you call in the West and the East world is just like the left and the right brain on a biological, collective, earthly, macro level. Because the West world is the instinctive world that like to go to war and barbarian conquest. The Eastern world is spiritual with monks and meditating and all that. That's because everybody was like the Eastern world at first. The Western world was just created with the rise of Rome. There was no split. So I can keep going, but I want to allow other folks to interject, and I can, I'm patient. Anybody want to interject? But what I was going to say here was about Tartaria was that America ain't Egypt. Egypt ain't Egypt. All of that, the world was called Tartaria. And I'm going to prove my point, right? I'm going to prove my point now. Watch this. I'm finna really prove it now with syncretism. Watch this, right? So in Egypt, here go the symbol of Egypt. It's the serpent, the winged serpent. That means resurrection. This later became Christ. So this is your winged serpent. I'll show you another one. Here we go right here. This later became Jesus on the cross. I'll show you Jesus so you can see the similarity. Now watch this, right? This winged serpent on the cross or on the pole that comes from Egypt is not is not the symbol that the Egyptians created, right? I'm gonna show you this right here. In America, you can see the serpent wrapped around the cross, because the pyramid is a four-cornered pyramid. Is basically a cross from a top-down view. But not only that, I want to show you the flag of Grand Tartary, and that's gonna blow y'all the fuck away. But before we get to that, look at the symbol of Egypt, the winged serpent. This was everyone's symbol. Look, here it is in America right there. Look at it. Right? That's Lady Liberty, or Ma'at, balancing the scales, basically. It's no different. Here she go right here. If you picture scales dropping down and they ain't tilted. But check this out, right? Here go another form of it right here. Brace yourself. Here in Egypt. And now, let me unveil some for y'all. Bam. Here is the flag of Grand Tartary.
Yes,
Don't y'all know when they destroyed Tartaria, they cursed the knowledge of Tartaria, and the knowledge of Tartaria is in their flag. It's the knowledge of the dragon, the serpent, Lucifer. You're literally looking at Satan on Tartary's flag, and it wasn't about no monster. Them people knew about energy, electricity, and Kundalini. And you know how I know what I'm talking about? They got these same kind of dragons all over China, and guess what they mean? Chi energy. Because the Tartarians had the same symbol to represent our soul or chi force, the dragon, which is why Bruce Lee called himself the dragon. Jet Li called himself the dragon. Jackie Chan called himself the dragon. Why do all of them call themselves dragon? Because the name dragon ain't really a title. It ain't really a name, it's a title. The dragon wasn't a literal creature. It was like saying sensei or God, because the archetype of God was a dragon or a winged serpent. So no one was literally saying, I'm a dragon. They was saying, I'm a God. But the word God in Asia is synonymous with dragon, because God was symbolized as a winged serpent. Simple. It's simple. The Tartarians was in the same system the Egyptians was in. So this wasn't exclusive to Egypt. What we call the Egyptians was just one empire within Grand Tartary, and it wasn't even the most advanced one. Egypt was damn near, one near the most advanced one in Tartaria. But the flow is open. Yeah, I'm gonna stop there. That's good enough. I don't want to beat a dead horse.
And even the flag just being that green, black, and yellow, you know, that's the same flag as the don't tread on me. Don't tread on me. It's, you know, if you could pull that flag up too, just for the Western side of things. But like you said, it was all one. It was all one, man. You know, and you know, it's crazy, even the Jamaican flag. Jamaica is important because of its location. You know what I'm saying? Even Jamaican flags are green, yellow, and black, you know? But the don't tread on me symbol is the same shit, but it's just the location where it's at though, man. But that's all I was gonna say.
You know, green. No, go ahead, Lanny.
No, go ahead. You Gucci. You Gucci.
No,
go ahead and break down these
finna nah, bro. I'm responding to someone in the chat. I'm letting y'all go too, but I'm waiting for y'all to finish. But yeah, land your plane. I'll respond when you finish.
Now real quick on this.
You had said that was all I was gonna say, so I don't want you to think I was cutting you off. Yeah, but go ahead.
Okay. If you can just pull up on another tab, just the don't tread on me symbol flag. It's the same thing as the Great Tartaria flag, you know?
Yeah.
It's literally the same.
And don't forget about that the Confederate flag goes with that for the serpent and the cross.
Exactly, bro.
So you gonna
right
so you
there.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. Got you.
that is just another symbol of the Great Tartary flag as well, you know?
That's facts. It is though.
Mm-hmm.
And then that Jamaican flag of yours, like you say, is the cross again too.
Nah,
Bro.
in fact, if you want, but you know, that's just me trying to break down just Jamaica's location on the flat plane. You know, the
You know
soil
that
is
the
very
word you know that the word Jamaica is yarmulke, like the hat
yes.
that that the Jews wear, and the Jamaicans wear yarmulkes just like the Jews.
Yeah,
And
bro. Like,
and see
go.
the let me just show you something about Jamaica since you know brought it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing about the yarmulke, it shows you where the pineal gland creates the body at. Our mind creates our body, but the barbarians think that our brain is our mind and it's a physical thing, you know. But the whole thing is this yarmulke show how consciousness is dense and become physical from the top down, from the light of creation, the pineal gland manifest in the body from the top down like a lightning strike, because that's what the central nervous system is. The lightning strike is the branches of the tree, and that's basically what you are, a lightning strike. If I show you the nervous system, people will see what I'm saying. But all lightning strikes start with like a epicenter or a seed, and that X marks the spot where they showing you where the pineal gland, and that's your maker. That's what makes you. This is literally how the body manifests into what we call the physical world. So when we say yarmulke, it's something you literally saying your maker, the creator. It's showing you that the thing that's creating the world is the mind. Mind exists over the physical creation, which is God. You know what I'm saying? But the yarmulke ain't nothing but Saturn. If you look at it, the whole Mount the dome, you know, the dome, the fucking cosmology or whatever.
And when I bring up Jamaica, I don't even mean to just bring it up like, oh, Jamaica is more important. I'm just talking about the specific location on the.
But the person in the chat in all caps was like, God is not the great red dragon. Stop it. Let me show you why God is the great red dragon. Then they said Jesus was God. Now, didn't Jesus descend down from heaven as God in the flesh? God is the name of your soul. And when your soul descended down from heaven and became solidified, it looked like a great red dragon. Let me show it to you. I know you don't want to personalize this knowledge and you don't want to apply it to yourself, but that's your childishness behavior. That's your immaturity, that you don't want to see the science behind how this stuff relate to you, and you want to look at this as a red dragon falling down to the sky saying, ha, 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 I'm Satan. No, man, you can live in spooky land if you want to. We're intelligent, right? We don't believe the Bible, we decode it. And that's what the Bible told us to do. And people may think I'm reaching with this, but the people that wrote the Bible weren't believers. They weren't church members. They were interpreters of symbols. The Bible is a corruption of ancient knowledge. And the knowledge was never nothing you had to believe in. The corruption is what you got to have faith in. But the Satan with a tail, right? You can't show me no Satan with a tail, but I can show you my Satan with a tail. If I debated a Christian, everything the Bible talk about, I'll be able to show it and prove it. They'll only be able to believe in monsters. Think about that now. They're saying that Satan is a real monster with a tail, making people do bad. I'm going to say, can you show him to me? Nope, I believe in him. I can say, well, I know Satan exists, and I can show you the red dragon the Bible talk about. Here it goes. The reason it make us do bad is because we descended into the flesh. Your meat package want to do bad, but your soul want to do good. R. Kelly told you that. My mind telling me no, but my body telling me yeah, and it ended up making them go to hell. Where is that? physical prison. Hell is on earth. Your physical desires is creating the hell we didn't live out. Tell me I'm lying. This is what our ancestors was teaching. Not no damn red dragon. Ha 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 ha, boogeyman. So when I debate these believers, they're children. They don't like what I'm saying because it exposes their childishness. Now, guess what? All of the believers are going to go against this stuff, even though they can't prove theirs and I can prove mine. The very act of belief and having faith is an excuse for saying, I can't prove my shit. I can't show you my red dragon. Here go mine. Just the way the Bible described them. So if I was in a debate and the debate was about who can prove what the Bible's saying versus who believe what the Bible's saying, it'll show you the real Christians from the fake ones. The fake ones are the state-operated believer. They don't know shit. Now, how you don't know nothing, but you say the Spirit of God is in you and the Spirit of God know everything? And how you telling other folks, you can't know everything, Mr. Know-It-All. The Spirit in me ain't ignorant. How you gonna tell a folk you got the Holy Ghost, but you can't know everything, but then turn around in church and say, I got discernment. Let me tell you what God said. I should say you don't know everything. See how that works, Miss Discernment? You're a whole prophet, but telling someone they can't know everything, but you can discern every damn thing. You can prophesy every damn thing in the church. You don't want to deal with knowledge. You want to deal with spookism, belief, traditional, dumbed down behavior. You don't know shit. It's fake. These folks like Cleo the psychic. They know everything about you, but they own life in shambles. They know everything. The Spirit of God can tell them everything that's going to happen in your life, but it didn't tell us that COVID was coming. It didn't tell them who going to win the Super Bowl so they can place a bet for the church. So watch this,
bro,
right?
You know,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm falling back.
Nah, all I was gonna say is that you showing people what the great dragon is, but the symbol of the great Tardia, and then your profile, the thumbnail picture. I don't know if you can just put that on the screen, and then the great Tartaria flag you brought up, bro. That's tough. That's tough. Your thumbnail that you got on this video.
Uh-huh.
And then the great Tartaria flag.
Hell yeah. Bro,
That's
this
tough,
is
man.
these connections you make is crazy.
All right, bro. And put your thumbnail up. That's fire, man.
Yeah, I put it up, but it's on the OBS side. Y'all can't see that now unless I drag it into this Google window. Let me see. But yeah, they can see the comparisons though.
Sorry about the background noise, man. It's just your new setup. If I mute, you're gonna have to unmute me,
No, you good. But the
that
devil with
thumbnail, that thumbnail is tough. Then when you bring up the great Tartaria picture, that's great Tartaria flag, man. That's fire.
That's facts. This is the same dragon mounted up on that Mayan pyramid. That's facts. Right here. This the thumbnail. Yeah, that's this.
That's a lot of our people know, man. The picture on the left, that's from the Vatican. You broke that down a couple of days ago. That's tough, man.
And you know why I put this one up, right? Because the brother was like, so you telling me Adam in the Bible is the serpent too? Now dig this, right? The white Greek Adam in the Bible just was created 10,000 years ago. The black Adam that existed before that, this one is hundreds of thousands of years old, wasn't a dude on the side of the tree with a woman. He was actually in the tree. He was the serpent in the tree, which is why the serpent is called Satan. And the original spelling of Adam was A-T-E-N. A S in front of that is Satan. So this is the serpent. So the brother was like, so you telling me Adam, the serpent on the tree? Yes, the original Adam was a dude on a tree right here. His name Aten, which evolved to Adam, and another god in the Norse called Odin. And he takes on many different forms. And when the Greeks get him, he's accompanied with a woman who is his lesser being. But this Adam was just symbolizing balance. That's why he's splitting the tree evenly. It's just showing you the central nervous system in balance, polarity, right? But the whole thing is this. When they wanted to hide balance, because this is the S in the middle of the yin yang, this dude right here splitting the tree, Buddha too. But when they wanted to hide balance, they made Adam move over to the left side of the tree, put a woman named Eve on the right, and they told you the left side was greater than the right side and tilted the scales on you. Because before that, wasn't no side greater than the other one, and no scale was tipped. It was 50-50 ma'at. This the 0 point.
So, you know, your other stream when you had brought up Stanford University experiment on the consciousness, and then showed the Stanford symbol with the tree in the middle and the S going around it, you know, like, man, they gonna get it soon though, bro. But even that tree right there with Aten in the middle, nigga, that's the Aten symbol too, you know? You know the Aten symbol?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's I put it up. That's the all-seeing eye. But the eye at the top of the, remember when you pull up the all-seeing eye, right? At the top of the all-seeing eye is this eye that they said look like dragon skin. Why is that? Because at the top of the pyramid is a dragon right here. People are, you know what I don't get right? These conspiracy theorists who ain't real Gnostics and woke folks, they will pull out $1 and they will say that all-seeing eye up there is the devil. Then when you show them that in other cultures that there's a devil at the top of the pyramid, then they'll disagree with that. Well, no. You know what they disagreeing with, y'all? The non-literal interpretation. Because their devil is a real dragon somewhere up there in the sky, which is where the same place they God at. See, when they look at the all-seeing eye above the pyramid, they don't know that that's man's consciousness falling inside the body. This is the soul seating itself in the temple. And that's why they said that Satan represents the fall of man. And so the literal interpretation got everybody freaking out, spooking out. These conspiracy communities will tell you, right? That's the devil. Then when you say, bro, the devil just the serpent, the wisdom bringer. They don't want that. Why? Because that's the truth. They want the spooky stuff, the literal interpretation. Fear is an addiction. You releasing certain hormones and we get used to releasing those. We need our dosage of it. That's why we got horror movies. But fear is the opposite of love. You see what I'm saying? But let me fall back, man. Shout out to the OG George Macon for joining. Let me tag his mic in. Because it's a new setup and people may want to unmute. So let me hit the unmute for George and Yashini because she may want to unmute too.
Yeah, I'm just gonna jump off. I was heard you brought up the when you talked about Atan, the man in the tree.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and during Egyptians' time, he was looked at as the sole divine force. He was the everything, like all the everything comes out of that soul divine. He was elevated as the soul divine focus. He represented life given through sunlight. So like that's why he was like in that tree, because he represented life. And you know the trees is like the lungs of the planet.
And
so
then tree of life.
Yes. That's why he was, he was sitting in the tree. And that's what Atan at that time, what Atan was during that time, because you had Amun Ra at one time, but then you had a time too that was looked at as a god, and his symbolism in the tree represented what I'm talking about now. That's all I wanted to say. I'm listening. I'm in the bushes listening.
Hey man, I appreciate you for hopping on as always, and make sure y'all sub up to the brother, to the OG George Macon, Urban Nerds, man. Salutes
Shout
to
out
that.
to George,
Oh,
for
yeah.
real. And George,
Yeah.
I ain't never forget about what you say about the imaginary tree. Imaginary, the imaginary
The
tree. I remember
imagination.
that. I
Yeah.
remember that, George.
You
So
Yeah.
I'm glad you hopped on right now. They turned that into the Kabbalah tree,
Yeah.
but
you know,
I ain't.
one
Go
thing
ahead,
I
bro.
want to say to what George was saying about Atune real quick to Awakening, it shows you that the Egyptians ain't really getting a full credit, even though everyone liked to praise Egypt. They really don't even know how deep it was, because check it out, right? They say that the Egyptian pharaoh tried to achieve immortality, but didn't achieve it. He achieved it. The Egyptian pharaoh spirit is still living on the earth right now. And guess what? People may not believe that, but it speaks about the Lord being with us. The Egyptians cheated death by understanding the secrets of how to shift consciousness, which is this consciousness sits in the central nervous system. That big hat you see him wearing, that ain't just beauty. That's technology for the pharaoh to shift his consciousness to enter these parallel realities. The people in the past didn't die. They just walked off the earth like Enoch because they had technology. That's like in 2050 with Neuralink, when we cheat death, people ain't gonna die. They just gonna put this pharaoh hat on and shift their consciousness into the metaverse. That's coming back. That ain't nothing new.
Right.
This is Egyptian shit. But when you see the pharaoh in the tree right there, it's right here. When you cut the brain open, it looked like a little dude in a tree. But this is that picture up at the Vatican that they got with scaring people, like, that serpent form of Jesus
It's
is
in your
scaring
thumbnail.
people.
It's in
Yeah.
your thumbnail, bro. You spot on, my
You
nigga,
know what?
always.
And I just be opening hella tabs when it's in there. But yeah, that's the whole thing right there. And that's why it's shaped like a dome, because it's really the brain. And it ain't no spooky stuff, because it's crazy, because it's like people scared of snakes in the Western world, like I was saying. When our ancestors loved snakes, they all over Egypt, all everywhere you see our ancestors wrestling snakes, training them, gypsies, making them dance. We love snakes. And the people who don't want us tapping into the serpent energy know it's tapping into our junk DNA, waking up the Kundalini. So they associate this shit with them because they know we hate them. And whatever we see what we call the enemy do, we gonna stay away from it and look at it like some satanic shit. It's like reverse psychology.
Big facts, bro. Look at that toroidal field. I hope you still have that tab still open. The toroidal field,
Yeah, I got you. Let me throw it up real quick. It show you the net and all that. I got you.
Hell yeah, my nigga.
With the sun and moon for the eyes.
Exactly.
Let's pull it up. Here it is.
There we go, family.
That's what the cobra is. Even in Egyptian, that's what it is. That's it. That's how they built that ceiling. It's all about magnetism. And like the serpent was the first archetype for energy, because energy is a sine wave. It's literally that simple. A sine wave look like a snake. Yeah.
Literally. And even my picture I sent you, the link I had put up with the magnetic field. Even Ken Wheeler gave me props on that too, bro.
That's what's up, bro.
Hell yeah, bro. Yeah. Ken Wheeler I ain't gonna say he reached out to me, because I said some shit to him and he told me, no, well, Earth is a flat pancake. He's not saying Earth is flat or Earth is
you
globe.
need to see if you can
link
set up your you ain't gotta what'll happen, because he reached out to you. So the thing is, you can invite him and let him know, like, if you want to do a show, then you can just use my platform and I'll be in the audience and shit. It'll just be
you what?
and
I'm
him.
gonna tell you something, bro. I want to do a stream with you, but I've been trying to get Santos Bonacci, I'm trying to get
Unmute, George.
understanding.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get Luke with me and Ken Wheeler with me. And so far I've reached 2 of them already. Santos, Santos followed me on Instagram and all that. He agreed with everything. Because, he'd be like, all is a tune, but I tell him all is motion. Me and him go, but I don't even want to talk about it. I'm going to set it up, bro. And Ken Wheeler, he don't reach out to everybody, but bro, we going to go ham on that stream,
see, when you study the ancient divine and what these people that control the world does now, they understood. That's why I always talk about the power of imagination. The precursor to life's coming attractions. So what they do, they understand that this is a projected reality. There's everything in this reality is created from the unseen, from your imagination. So they understand that. And that's what they operate from. Most of the people on the planet is operating from the conditioned mind, on what you've been conditioned to believe, instead of actually manifesting your own reality through your imagination. So, and for a lot of people, they might not understand that it's complicated for them, but those people that's in the know, they understand how this thing operates. You know what I mean? It's the images that pop in your mind, your creative ability. Like, we have the ability to create and experience here in this reality in these bodies. So, they but that's how they're able to control the people, because they stopped your ability to think for yourself. You're living through the bull crap that they give you.
What's that symbol right there, bro? What's that? Make it bigger, bro. What's that?
What
the brain?
Yes. So when you take the brain and you take a little cut, just a little bitty cut from off the top and look down over it like this. The reason I put this up, right, so we can see why Moses split the sea, why Jesus in the middle of this tree right here, and why the tree shaped like a dome. What they're hiding is the most advanced science that our ancestors discovered, which was how to shift consciousness, man. I'm listening to everybody, but at the same time, I'm just continuing a lot of these tabs so I can close them up. And,
hey, Sanchez, and that's what Neuralink is trying to understand. What they were trying to do when they made those movies, they were trying to find the electrical waves that where, what's the word I'm looking for? Not thoughts, because they can commandeer your thoughts.
They found it, George. They found it. It's called theta waves. Theta, THETA.
No, I got that. What they were trying to get was the imagination, the images that pop up into your so-called mind before you manifest things from the unseen.
That's called brain mapping, neural mapping, because that's what I was just building on, right? The fact that when you take what George talking about is this research I've been telling folks that prove the simulation, right? When we make an action, our brain light up as if we've already manifested the action.
Yes.
Dig this. Before we consciously think of the action, though, because check this out.
Before you go further, stay right there, because what you just said was important. This is what I get into. I don't not no more, but I used to get in arguments with people. I said imagination comes before thought. They said no, it don't.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Imagination before thought. There's imagination, thought, manifestation.
And I'm just trying to tell you that wavelength is called theta.
That's so deep now that you say that, George.
I just want y'all to know that.
Because, I know.
Because look,
it is. Right.
But look, watch this. It hit different now because imagination, you don't think of it. It's kind of like, whoa, I just had this crazy idea. And the thought process is you trying to manifest that thought into the physical realm.
But stay right there, though. But see, this is the thing. They're never, ever, ever, no matter what they tell you, is going to be a lie. They're never going to be able to tap into your imagination, because your imagination is the thing that maps out and creates everything. Like, you're pre-programmed already to come here, and the one thing that you have to use in this so-called reality that you're navigating is your imagination. Your imagination is the full power. Now, what they're trying to do is use every machine they can to try to harness that. They even created AI to try to get it. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. You take away imagination, you take away consciousness, you take away everything. Everything is mapped based off of that. They would never. They can create. They're going to try to create a synthetic version of it, but they would never, ever, ever be able to commandeer imagination.
So I want you to know though, the wavelength, it's called theta, Theta. All right. This is what creates shapes. Phases, the shapes. You can think of phases. Phases, the word, George, is shapes. Phase, is also shape. Now, the theta waves also communicate with nature as well. You see what I'm saying? This is how they get communication, you know, but you spot on with the imaginary. And I wanted to reach out to you about that too, though, you know, that, you know, but that's it right there, you know. But even in the CIA documents, once they get to theta waves, you know what I'm saying? Now they can, not saying know what you're dreaming, but they can picture what you're dreaming. Do you see what I'm saying? They put in.
I'm with you 100%. But see, the problem with, I'm with you 100%. I understand. I studied this. The problem with that is, though, and they know this, is in this projected reality that we're living in, this dimension that we're living in, we created it through our imagination. We're constantly creating through imagination, and they often ask thoughts. Like you might think of in 1 week you might think of 1,000 thoughts. People think when you think of thoughts and you don't manifest them, they just go away. No, those thoughts manifest themselves in different parallel universes. So you're constantly creating. You're constantly creating through your imagination. They would never be able to overtake it because this whole thing exists through the creation of your imagination. So when they're doing it, what?
So
no,
are you familiar with
you cooking?
Because big facts. Because like the unit circle depicts this, what trigonometry is. So, you know, from the X and Y axis, which is just cosine and sine wave, the point, you know, once you draw the line to the point from the cosine to the sine wave, that line is called that's theta wave. You know what I'm saying? X, Y, Z. You know what I'm saying? Which is also called it's a T word.
Watch
I know
this, right?
shit.
When he said that every thought you didn't even manifest, when you make an action, you have a thought and you regret the shit. And you be like, man, I should have did this. You did do it in another reality.
Yeah, there you go.
Guess what? And guess what? And when you
Okay.
leave this reality, you're gonna have to experience all those other realities. So you still gonna be able to do that again. Yeah.
And
So,
watch this. See, to simplify it, because see, they like to use a lot of big words to try to make it seem like you're smarter than everybody, but it's real simple. Nothing in these physical bodies, like right now, how we're talking, you have your conscious mind, your subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is the recorder of the experience. This conscious mind is part of the experience. Like I'm consciously on my phone right now. When I hang up, it's going to be downloaded into my subconscious mind. So I judge my experiences and the things I do based off of the recording in my subconscious, right? Now watch this. None of that exists without the power of imagination because I created it through my imagination. So I'm not even conscious without imagination. So the power, see, in the dogmatic version of religion, the reason why Satan so-called hates you, because he can't overtake you when you know who you are. Because when you figure one thing out, your imagination creates something else. That's Green Lantern. It's right in front of you. You have my Green Lantern, no matter what you do, he can use that ring to create something else to keep overtaking you. That's the power that we have. He can commandeer one. We just say, okay, cool, we just make this. That's who we are. But we just don't know it.
You know, that word I was trying to tell you is called hypotenuse. You know, this is coming from Pythagoras. Why they even have a squared plus b squared equals c square. You know, this is the matrix you walking on, the red and black. So even in Green Lantern, you know, his ring is 101. You know what I'm saying? The matrix is built off of 0 and 1. This is the square floor. This is the floor we walk on, the plane of inertia. So and this is conversation I've had with Ken Wheeler, and he man, I don't know. I don't even want to get into that, but the checkerboard floor, you know, the black and white is 0 and 1, you know, bro. You know, it's on and off.
The TV
you know, it's
static.
It's the say 10. It's also the same shit you've always been saying. You know what I'm saying? So even in TV static, but they had to get that before they can picture graph. You know what I'm saying, bro? This is what I mean by phases give you shapes, colors. It's all magnetism, which
Yes.
comes from the XYZ. So the hypotenuse is the tangent line. That's why we even say make it make tangent, make it make sense.
Or
Make it make sense.
tangible, tangible.
Mhm. Yes, bro. So when George be talking about imaginary, you know, you got to have the imagination before, and they'll never be able to touch that. I agree
No.
with you. I agree with you,
What
George.
they're going to do, they're going to make they're going to use AI to make a synthetic version of it to trick you. See, I call it the Freddy Krueger effect. Like, remember the movie Freddy Krueger? When if you go
Yes,
into the
that was a
dream world,
great analogy.
he kill you in the dream world. So now, once you lose your ability to dream, now you're living based off of the paradigm that they created. Not real. That's the power of Satan. Satan's job is to get you from manifesting and constantly creating. Your job was to create. So in the dogmatic version,
I gotta get on the train to get to my car. So excuse the noise, bro. It's just
okay,
a setup. I can't
yeah,
mute. But
I
George,
got
I'm
you.
glad you joined too, though, George. You know.
So check it out. Look, in the dogmatic version of religion, Satan was mad at God because he created man in his image. But what does that mean when we break it down? That means that he has the power of all, of everything. So no matter what Satan does, when you wake up and say, "Get behind me, Satan," he has no power. Even if Satan said, "Okay, I can figure out how to do this," you can figure out how to overtake that. You can always kick him in the ass. But the problem is when we living through remember, and it's why you think they feed you with trauma and fear every day? Because your subconscious mind is recording that. So now your life decisions is made based off the trauma in your subconscious mind. That's why the Bible said no man comes into the Father but through the renewing of the mind. You have to get all that crap out of your mind because it's not real. It's not real. Once you understand that it's not real, this is projected reality, and you're not fearing anything, he has no power over you anymore. He only has power based off of what he's putting in the subconscious mind. And that's why they fear monger. Every time you turn on the news, there's a bomb dropping, or it's if you have sex, you're gonna get AIDS. If you eat this food, you're gonna every single hour, second of the day, there's something bad happening. But we don't realize that everything is happening at the same time, good and bad. There's a balance going on, but they keep us living on the side of wrong and pain and heartbreak and all that kind of stuff. And that's what's downloaded into our subconscious mind. That's how we operate. So that's how the so-called Satan is able to infiltrate.
Yeah, that's facts. Hey, you know what? Another thing about this whole Satan thing is what I was saying, like, to back George up and just to piggyback, is like Satan is the ego. It's the part of us we need to work on, your deepest, most darkest self. You know, the brother was saying they ain't holding us back, we holding us back. Both of them true. We holding us back because they're creating all. It's like the agents in the Matrix. They offer you everything, just like the devil was tempting Jesus on the mountain. The devil ain't holding Jesus back. He offering Jesus the option to have experienced everything the world has to offer, like the dude in the Matrix eating the steak. That would be the same thing if Jesus on the mountain. But it's basically saying, like, till we are exhausted with the physical reality. And we can't lie about that, because inside of your heart, you know if this place is boring and you, but the whole thing is the whole world will be ours once we transcend it. It's almost like we got to prove that we can be in the world and not of it before the whole world will be given to us. Because guess what? What we unlock is multidimensional ability, which is our ability to free roam all of these simulations, like what Neo was doing. So
you know how we unlock it? When you were a child, remember we was children, we went to school, they gave us nursery rhyme books. They gave you a Little Red Riding Hood. They gave you Jack and the Beanstalk. And they gave you all of these cartoon version books, not realizing that you think that that's folklore. It's not. These are stories that they're telling you on how to overcome things.
My bad.
How to overcome things.
My bad. Hold on a second. Arthur Relli 568. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate the love. Sorry about that, George. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, we created this reality that we're in to experience in the physical body. It's kind of like a book. When you're reading Jack and the Beanstalk and you was young, you loved the Jack and the Beanstalk story. You loved the Cinderella story. A lot of the African folklore stories. If we sit down for a minute, forget the white man and all his big fancy words he used. Look at the Native Americans. They sat down Indian style with a peace pipe and they told stories, right? They told stories to your mind to get you to understand. Those stories was getting you to understand who you are in the story. So this whole place is like a book. Let's just say, Sanchez, you wrote a book and you placed yourself in the story. Now you're living in that story moment by moment. It's like Jumanji. You're experiencing the story. Why do you think all cultures around the world, indigenous cultures, sat around and told stories? What do you think the stories was told for? It's telling you who you are in this projected reality. That's why even in European cultures, they gave you those stories. Those stories had meaning. What they did was perverted it and made them evil, and now they got a whole bunch of pedo stuff all in the story. But
Yeah.
the whole story is this whole place is a storybook. You created the story, and now we're living moment by moment in the story. It's part of this. That's all it is. That's why. Why you think? Why you think in these bodies we like to watch movies so much? We watch TV shows. Why do you think the brain creates this stuff? They write a script. Why do you think the Bible's called the scripture? When you go to watch a movie, when you go to watch a movie, you're watching a script. Even though you know it's not real, it still can evoke emotion out of you. They put that scary music on, somebody jump out from behind a tree, and you jump. because you're actually experiencing the very aspect that you're living in. And all they did was AI. They created something outside of your story to let you know who you are. The same way AI is mimicking you, the same way the car engine is mimicking your chest cavity. So once you start understanding who you are within the story, none of this shit matters no more. You're not fearing death. You're not even fearing life. You're just experiencing.
Hey, well said. And you know, just to shout out my people for the donation. Big shout out to Itzy Zaza 1806. I always have food for thought after leaving a Bro Sanchez stream. I appreciate y'all so much, real. And I appreciate the panel for contributing their intellectual property to the stream. And I'm gonna just add on here, like, because the God Yahweh is a serpent, and he says, let there be light. And we can see the light coming from the mouth of the serpent, right? And we can see that that's the light that creates duality, which is both eyes. This would be like those two circles you see on each side of the arch is like they're hanging from those lines like the scales. You know, this is why it's all splitting this thing evenly. It's like the crown chakra, but I'm finna break this whole thing down to y'all real quick, and it's gonna be simple and easy. The reason I brought this image up, right, because I wanted to go into Jesus breaking the bread. Jesus Christ is the crease that splits the brain. This part of us that split the brain, right? I'm gonna land right here because I gotta get up out of here, right? But watch this, right? This part of us that connects the left and right brain is connecting two opposing universes, y'all. So I'm gonna show you another image right now, and it's gonna give you another example of what I mean by that. Hold on. I'm gonna show you what I mean by it's connecting two different units. We don't have one brain, we have two brains. But you're gonna understand this after this next image. So theory of forms right here. All right, so our left brain is called an earth tetrahedron. Our right brain is called a solar tetrahedron. One is the 6, one is the 9, and this is what the god Saturn here on the left represent. Yeah, this dude in the 6-point star, that's Saturn. So what this is showing you is that half of our being is evil, half is good, if you want, but you can say negative, positive. But what this means is that the universe is split, and I'm gonna show you the split right now, and I'm gonna tie all this together. So right here, you have 7 universes above us that connect the 7 high versions, 7 below that connect the 7 low versions. So the reason there's a war within man of God and the devil and Armageddon, the universe is a duat, but that mean it's a conflict, because that mean we got a good side and a bad side fighting each other, and the key is to balance them out, not to get rid of the bad side, but to even the forces out. And this is like a tesseract trying to solve a Rubik's Cube. The man on the left, his high version and low version are fighting each other, but until they figure out their own chaos or whatever. But the whole thing is this, right? His upper version, lower version exist in two different worlds that are connecting with each other, because our universe is a work in progress. It's really a cell that's splitting, but the cell that's splitting is like a snake shedding its skin, and then you got the old universe left behind and the new universe being born out of that. The Bible teach about that when it say the old earth pass away and the new earth come into existence. When your consciousness is gonna shift into one of these different universes, and the future and the new universe is the new world order, technology, the future. The old universe is going back, correcting where we went wrong to the old golden age where we had everything right. You know what I'm saying? And that's basically what they ain't telling us. Our world basically collided and came in contact with a earth. Think about this, right? This what I'm telling you, right? Our world is a sail floating through water. But you say, well, why don't we feel it, right? Because it's light, it's holographic, it ain't physical. It's like if I'm projecting a movie on a wall from a projecting machine, the people in the movie won't feel nothing if I move the project, because it's light. They don't, it's moving, but they don't feel it. They just going on, like that. So, but the thing is this right here, right? So in the lower universe, the archons and AI have copied our consciousness from above and created their own versions of us that's carrying out their will in the earth realm, what Neo was doing.
And Sanchez, look, 'cause I got 16% on my
Okay,
phone.
yeah, you got it. Go ahead.
Watch this. Everything that you talking about and everything, humans, so-called humans, already predicted everything that's coming in the future, because this is the story. When you die, they read an obituary about your life, right? When they write books about people's lives that they lived. We're living moment by moment in the story. In Star Wars, they say a long time ago in a place far, far away, and they give you the movie Star Wars, and the Star Wars is based off of events that already happened. And you're watching the movie and being entertained about things that was supposed to be in the future, but it already happened. But it's hard for people to understand. But the movie Jumanji, we're living in a system, that already happened moment by moment. It's like a book, and that's why people can predict things. That's people all the way back in hundreds of years ago predicted things that was happening now, because they had already had the knowledge. Everything that we're living moment by moment are events that already happened. We just living in the story, and that's. Go ahead.
No, you spit facts, laying your plane. I'm good.
Yeah, and I just land here. A lot of people won't get it, and maybe it's not your time to get it yet. But those that do get it, they got an ear to hear. I'm just telling you, you're living in a reality that already existed, and that's why people of ancient times and in times of antiquity told you what was going to happen already, because they already understood the story, and they know that this is a storybook that we're living in. That's all it is. And once you understand that, nothing else matters no more. That don't mean that you won't be void of emotions, because you're not void of senses as long as you're in this body. You hurt, you love, you feel. You came here to experience all these things, but you also came to wake up. That's why the story of Christ said, I came to set the captives free. That means you came to wake up and understand who you are in the story.
Now,
So
what if I told y'all we living in the real episode of the movie Us, right? And I'm gonna explain it, right? In the movie Us, a bad version of everybody show up from like a parallel alternative universe. You can call it a clone, but it's like a bad version of you. And then it's going to war with your good version, right? What if I told you the bad part of us is our earth was just what they call Eden. Let me go back to this image right here of these cells split. One of these earths is Eden. Eden existed as its own universe, like a cell that didn't split yet, right? And that was just the good earth. What happened was when the cells start to split, duality was created, evil was created. And the thing about this split right here is why we got to make a choice which world we want to go to. But that's because in one of these worlds is your low version, your bad version, and one is your good version. You're torn in between the two. You ain't neither one of these versions. You're literally the crease in the middle of this split that's trying to decide which world do I want to go to, which is why Christ is in the middle of the breaking the bread. You're in the X marks the spot. That's what I was saying. Like, you ain't neither one of these halves. What you are is invisible energy in the middle, the central nervous system. Like I was saying, you're the energy in between. When they show you the angel on one shoulder, the devil on the other, it's you in between it, right? And you're deciding which version you want to manifest. So that's what this symbol means. That's why Christ means crease. And this is how we even able to choose between good or bad, because good or bad is just a lower you and a higher you, and you choosing which version of yourself you want to be. And it's a voting system. At the end of your life, if you chose the devil on the left shoulder more times than you elected the angel on the right shoulder, guess what you come back as? That's the war of Armageddon, y'all. It ain't no physical thing. It's a spiritual thing, because if every human on earth choose the angel, then the devil won't be in charge. It's an internal voting system that's coming from the inside out, from the collective. We're agreeing to build hell on earth, whether willingly or unwillingly, whether ignorantly or knowingly. Collectively, we all choosing the devil, and it elects the evil ones in power, because we can't shoot a immortal being out of power. You can't kill AI. You're in a simulation, right? Only thing you can do to take over this thing is if everyone in the matrix wake up and start governing their own actions, becoming sovereign again, because they running on a program of fight and flight and survival and capitalism. And they ain't seeing through the veil because of that. But I'm going to end right there, y'all, because we got to stop. I got to get up out of here. But I had to bring this brain split up. We'll pick back up here later. I appreciate everybody for joining the call, man. I'm going to go longer. I would go longer if I could. Hey, Sterling, what's good, man? My bad. Let me see if I can get some people. Y'all can close
What's
out.
up, man? Salute.
Yeah, the people who weren't speaking, y'all can close
Yo.
out. I see some hands. Go ahead. Got it.
Hey, what's up? You guys can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Take your time, y'all. Close out. I'm going to fall back and let y'all speak so we can get out of here. Peace and love.
So I some stuff that was running through my mind on what you guys were just talking about is like, imagine a healthy cell splitting away from a cell that's dying. And then we're kind of like at that in-between point. So if heaven is the base reality, and this is the like projected reality or the copy, or it could even be like a cancer cell within like God's body or something. And then it's dying, and you have to choose whether you want to go back to the original blueprint of a healthy cell, or you want to keep eating away the creation from the inside out, almost. Like that's what I was thinking. And then also, like, if two worlds were colliding and the firmament was in between it, the firmament will be making a reflection into each world. And eventually, I guess, if it was like a mirror dimension, if that mirror breaks, then you're gonna be stuck in one of the other. But
I think you're looking at it physically, right? See, the thing about it, each of these worlds that you see that we call cells are reflecting you in each one. You're in
Right.
the middle of these things. Like if you got a mirror on your left and a
I'd agree.
mirror on your right, and then when you look in the mirror on the left, it's a ugly you, but the mirror on the right got a pretty you, and you like, which one do I want to be, right? Because the ugly you get to experience more vices, but the good looking you got to be more disciplined, more caring of others. You know what I'm saying? That's the angel
Yeah.
devil type thing.
And if God's blueprint for this, his creation was limited, then we would have to choose between one or the other
What make you
ultimately.
think
But like,
what is
if it's
God though,
not
real quick? Can you tell
limited,
me what God is?
how could you limit God? Because
What
he's
I'm
the
hold on.
creation would be unlimited,
Hold on, I'm trying to track with you real
like
quick.
you said.
Duality
Yeah.
mean one side of this thing is the limited world. One side is the non-limited world. When you talk about heaven and hell,
Right.
they exist together. Hell is the world of
Yep.
limitations. Heaven is the world of non-limitations. So it ain't like there's no God that we question and that created limitation or can be limited. There's nothing there. There's just a duality with you in the middle choosing your fate. You're the God in this case because the choice is in your hand, and there is no spook deity in the sky that wrote out your fate. You literally can choose your fate in this sense. You see what I'm saying? That's free will. And that
Yeah.
means if I don't, there's nobody up there that's going to punish me for choosing my bad side. Ain't no punishment. That just mean I get to be a demon. And how is it punishment if I want to be a demon? Lil Uzi Vert ain't being punished. He love his life. You know, you name these people like Jay-Z, whoever you want to name. If you want to say, well, these are people that are operate on like a negative vibe, real, when they get tired of it and shift their consciousness to the positive side, that's when they'll come out and shift over to. But see, when these things split, that version of them may be so far away they can't access it. These things, you see,
Exactly. Yeah.
so you can get
Yeah. I
lost.
think that's spot on, and I think that's where, if like hell as an end destination for your soul would be, that's what it would be ultimately. It's like you're no use anymore, and you just would like consume yourself, and then the
Yeah.
link to your higher mind would be gone.
And basically, if you look at this gift, the base reality is the original version, and then what's happening, that keeps shedding its skin, and
Yeah.
that's what you see peeling off here. So, but the thing is, you know, what's so deep about this thing is that, you know, losing yourself is what become crazy because the copy ain't like the original. That new cell is slightly different, and every time, and that copy that split off, it's gonna shed and keep copying itself, and so it becomes a labyrinth of fake versions getting further away from the mother. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
I can see
But
that.
that's why it's important to choose. That's why they said trouble easy to get into, but
Yeah.
hard to get out.
Yeah. When I first joined, I had a thought that I've had for a while now, and first it was like a hunch, and then I looked it up, and I've been into syncretism for like a couple years now. But then, I started reading the Bible all the way through. I don't know. I'm starting to weigh towards the literal side, but also both at the same time. Like, I don't think you can really deny a lot of the truths that you guys are sharing here. And I mean, I agree with most of it. But Shiva and the banyan tree, you guys know about that? And I I looked up the fruit that the banyan tree is. And the banyan tree in India culture Hindu mythology is the tree of knowledge. And then that's the same thing in the Bible. The tree of knowledge of good and evil is what led them to death. And then Shiva is the god of death. And then Krishna and his wife or whatever, I think, apparently how the story goes. I don't know everything about this Hindu mythology, so because I haven't looked into it super well, but I know a decent amount. And apparently Shiva like yoked with the woman underneath the tree of knowledge, the banyan tree. And the fruit of the banyan tree actually contains a parasite from a wasp larva that will actually, like when it hatches out of the tree, it'll pollinate the next strangler fig, because the banyan tree is really like a parasite that kills the original host tree. So it's like if there was any tree that you weren't originally supposed to eat from in this creation, I believe it would have been the banyan tree. And then the fact that Shiva is like pretty much Satan in Indian culture, to me, it really seems like there is some kind of weird connection there. Because also the banyan tree is known to be a home for
if you want to take
snakes.
it literally, then you can go down that lane. But again, literal interpretations. Now, see,
But I
the
think it goes
literal
both ways, though.
hold on a second.
Sanchez.
Hold on. Let me land my plane. Literal
Yeah, okay.
interpretations will always make you find an inanimate object outside of yourself to demonize or spookify.
Okay.
In this case, it's a banyan tree. But see, in
Okay.
the case of you talking about the central nervous system, is mean wrestling your own ego within. It points right back to the real problem versus picking on a tree or a red dragon or the Statue of
Yeah.
Liberty, what someone do because you're going into the literal interpretation. That's papal programming.
Okay. I mean,
But I ain't tripping on
get
it.
what
I'm
you're
just
coming from.
pointing it out so y'all can see how we got indoctrinated. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get you. I get you where you're coming from on that. But I think at the same time that the media, you can see in the media how they program us, right? It's always like one extreme versus another, Democrat versus Republican. When in reality, they're controlling both sides. Like you have like someone that's super like, pro gay and all this stuff, and then you have someone that's like super hardcore conservative Christian type, and they believe everything their church says on Sunday, their pastor or whatever. So you think about it, and it's like polar opposites, like by design. You can't be any. I mean, they even call us black and white. I mean, have you ever seen a
I got
black
you.
or a
Yeah,
white person?
I got you. I'm totally
It's
with
just
you. How
brown
they
and tan and cream.
how they divide and conquer. The world.
Right.
Even with woke and unwoke. You know what I'm saying? However you
Yeah.
want. They
And I
definitely
think
know
the
how to
same
play
thing goes
into.
for literal and metaphysical and spiritual interpretation. There has to be a blend of both in the
But
real truth.
that's what I'm telling you, right? The blend is this, right? If I tell you that the dragon symbolizes a sine wave, then you get both of them. You get the symbolic, metaphoric symbol, which is a spooky dragon, but the truth is that ain't real. It symbolizes something that is real, which is the sine wave. So you do have them both, but what happens is what y'all will think, y'all will be like, well, that must be a serpent winged up there, flying in the sky for real. No, because the people who created this, because if there was a real dragon ever existed, people would have documented. But when they try to prove real dragons,
But
they go,
hey, Sanchez,
listen,
I'm sorry. Okay, I was gonna say dinosaur bones.
listen real quick. Listen. A lot of people who try to prove literal dragons, when they try to do it, they go to these carvings that I'm showing right here in Egypt and around the world of this dragon. Even this one. And what I had to remind them that the first conception of a dragon or a winged serpent was never someone saying it literally. But they will use these symbols to say someone must have saw dragons. So where they at? Where the dragons at? And then, like you said, of course, the dinosaur thing can come in. I was gonna get to that. But again, literal interpretation. You can't joke on no one about believing in a dinosaur if you believe in a dragon. It's both literal interpretation of the same concept. That's why I was saying, check me out a minute, because you was talking about having them both, right? The attempt to have them both is what created dragons and people believing in literal dinosaurs and stuff. Not saying we already had them both. The symbol was never meant to be taken literally, but if you try to have your cake and eat it too, you want the literal form of the symbol and the non-literal form when the symbol is embodying non-literal knowledge, if that make any sense. Like, there is no real dragon flying and a symbolic one that mean our soul. It was saying that the soul will fly when it leaves the body, if that make any sense. Like, we're looking for dragons. But I'm gonna end right there, y'all. I'm gonna end it right there. I appreciate everybody for joining in. I gotta stop right there. But if y'all tune in to the next one, we'll open the panel back up earlier and we'll have more time. Peace and much love.